Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Standing Committee of Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting as of Wednesday, July. Is everything good? Oh, okay. Hey, sorry, there's something not correct here. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Standing Committee on the City's Finance Services meeting on Wednesday, July 12th, 2023. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. The City of Vancouver's electronic meetings, as such, committee member may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses the connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentation, and the vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members participating virtually are reminded that, in accordance with Section 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. Any council member whose video is disabled will be marked as absent for that portion of the meeting. Any comments on agenda item can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out at Van City Clerk. I also want to note City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including almost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and team members, we will avoid using gender honorifics. We will instead refer to the person by first and last name, roles, or title. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having care for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every single day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. In case of emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are two exits beyond the glass doors to the left. And if these exits are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this chamber. Please use stairs, do not use elevator. I would also like to highlight there's a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway, just outside of the council chamber. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Sim, Councillor Carr, Councillor Kirby Young,
Present.
Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bligh is on a leave of absence for civic business, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Fry is on his leave of absence for civic business all day, Councillor Montague,
Present.
Councillor Klassen, Councillor Meisner, Councillor Joe in the chair. You have quorum, Vice Chair Joe.
Thank you, Clerk. We have 9 items of business on today's agenda, 1 presentation, 6 reports, and 2 council members' motions. We will recess for lunch at noon and reconvene at 2 p.m. Should the business not complete prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5 p.m. and reconvene at 6 p.m. Should the business not complete for this evening, the meeting will reconvene on July 18th, 2023 at 6 p.m. I would like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them. Please ensure clerk have received your amendment by using the council meeting amendments DL. Before we begin to hear from the registered speakers, I would like to remind council and members of public that in accordance with the updates of the procedure bylaw that we enact at the standing committee meeting as of May 10th, 2023, public speakers may only speak for up to 3 minutes. Council may not ask questions of speakers. I I would also like to remind speakers that they should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speaker if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Following the last speakers on the speakers list for each item, we will go back through the list for those who were not present when their name was initially called. Okay, as chair for this meeting, I'm suggesting that for the reports with no speakers, we adopt recommendations collectively in a single motion. Reports 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 have no speakers. Does any member wish to hold any of this item for debate or question to team members? Councillor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to hold Report 3, Public Notice Bylaw.
Thank you. Report 3. Okay. Any other question from council members? Okay. So report 3 will be held for debate or question. Okay, so not there yet. Give me 1 minute. So does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on the consent item? Okay, seeing no. Okay, we need a motion to adopt recommendations. It's moved by Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Kirby. All those in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries unanimously. The following items have been approved on consent. R1, contract award for the construction of the sewer separation on Oak Street. R2, pre-qualification of landscape and civil contractors. Number 3 is pulled. Number 5, debenture program 2023. R6, 2023 property tax policy review commission. Okay, so the next item is our presentation, adding missing middle housing and simplifying regulation in low-density neighborhoods. We have team members here to present and answer any question from council after the presentation. Okay, so please go ahead. Thank you.
I need a mouse.
Thanks, Chair. And maybe I'll just start with a little bit of context for this because it is somewhat unique. So, Council, to confirm, we do expect that the subject of the update today, which is the missing middle zoning amendments, will be coming forward for consideration for referral to public hearing in 2 weeks. So the purpose of today's presentation, and we're excited to be here, is to give you a high-level overview of those proposed zoning changes. The last update you received on this was several months ago at the beginning of the year. And this is a very significant change. You hear us use the term big move in cases. This is definitely a big move when it comes to zoning. So there is no vote for you today, but there is an opportunity for you to ask questions of the team. Again, these are zoning changes that will be coming for the public hearing. So we do recommend and advise that you refrain from expressing support or opposition to the changes, and that you kind of wait until the public hearing in September to convey your opinions on that. Obviously, the objective there is that you're able to confirm that you're approaching that public hearing with an open mind. So again, it's a bit unusual that we would be coming forward with a presentation like this in advance of a referral report, but given the kind of magnitude and the impact of these changes, we thought it was worthwhile. So with that, I'll turn it over to Paula.
Thank you, City Manager. Please introduce yourself and please go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm going to, the clerk's going to drive it from there, and I'm just going to say advance when it's time to change it. So good morning, everyone. I'm Paula Huber, Senior Planner in Community Planning. Next slide, please. As you've just heard from the City Manager, we're here today to give you a progress report and to elevate this work in advance of a major report coming to you by the end of the month. Next slide. So the content today is going to cover background and context, give you some details about the work we've done to advance the missing middle, some other information on simplifying our regulations in RS zones, and then next steps. Next, please. So Council, this work on missing middle started several years ago. The most recent Council direction includes the January presentation that we provided on the multiplex concept and the potential changes to simplify RS zones. the March Council report on affordable homeownership, and Council's recent approval of the 3331 framework. Next, please. The Vancouver Plan provides a strong context for this work with the 3 big ideas: the land use strategy that identifies where different types of neighborhoods and densities depending on locations, and the 2 quick start actions on the right-hand side of the slide with multiplex and simplifying regulations. Adding multiplexes is not the solution to all our housing needs. It is only the first layer of change in low-density areas to create a new baseline everywhere. The multiplex proposal balances the delivery of new housing options with utility system capacity and the Vancouver Plan land use guidance. More housing choice, including apartments and mixed use, will come with the Vancouver Plan implementation in areas served by frequent transit and rapid transit in close proximity to other daily needs such as shops, services, and parks. And that would be the purple and the pink dots in the middle of that map. That's where the more is coming, and you'll hear more about that later. Next, please. Since we presented in January, we've been engaging with the public and with industry. Public engagement from February to May has been significant, with over 500 people attending in-person and online sessions and over 15,000 visitors to our Shape Your City page. That's a big number. Notably, we've had more than 46,000 views of our Missing Middle video, the most watched ever video produced by the city with Utah Lee. It's available on our Shape Your City page. We had almost, next please. We had almost 2,000 people complete our online survey that ran on our Shape Your City page in the spring. The 5 big takeaways from that survey were 77% of respondents agreeing that multiplexes should be allowed in all low-density areas across the city, 60% agreeing with reducing the size of a new house, 80% agreeing with larger laneways, and 74% agreeing with removing guidelines, standardizing regs, and reducing the number of zones. Next, please. We have held 6 workshops with small home builders and designers beginning in November 2021, and with our last session held this past June. These sessions have been well attended, and feedback has really informed our work. Participants indicated support for multiplexes and simplifying our regulations, support to align our regulations to meet a range of objectives, a preference for design flexibility, some concerns noted about potential requirements, processing times and costs, and some concerns about the transition time as we change over from the current regulations to new regulations, especially with respect to laneway houses. Next, please. This spring, the province announced Homes for People, a new BC-wide housing plan. The province's goal is to encourage middle-income housing and streamlining permitting, allowing with the work of this program that we're advancing. We'll learn more about the provincial requirements in the fall. Next. This slide shares some foundational information driving this work program. The objectives are to create more complete neighborhoods with more missing middle housing, provide new housing options that cost less so more people can imagine a future here and in these neighborhoods. We want to support diverse household sizes and types. We want to improve livability and sustainability and reduce access barriers to housing. We want to make it easier to build new housing with simple rules and processes, and that would implement the 3331 framework. Next slide. This slide is our Wheel of Factors slide, and it shows all of the things that we've been considering and unpacking as we've moved forward with this work over the last year, including topics such as design objectives, sustainability, housing needs, infrastructure, alignment with the regulatory permitting system, and financials. Throughout this work, we've taken a systems approach, considering all the pieces that work in the city. We want to make sure we're actually getting new homes built with this work. It's got to produce product. And you can see that there's significant complexity in trade-offs amongst the range of objectives, and we've had to make those trade-offs in order to move this project forward. Next. The main reason to do this work is to get more homes built that cost less than what is available today, to provide ownership pathway for those who are currently locked out of low-density neighborhoods. This slide shows an illustrative example on a standard lot on the east side of the price of new builds, with a house at 2.8, a duplex at just over 2.5, and a fourplex unit at $1.1 million. And you can see on the bottom row that as we move from left to right, that the income required to support that purchase price falls considerably. And the price of a fourplex, with the income needed to support a fourplex, is less than half that required to purchase a new home. Next slide. So the options available in RS zones today include, on the left-hand side of the slide, you can build a house with a suite and a laneway, you can build a duplex, and each duplex can have a suite, or you can build a character retention project if you have a property with a pre-1940s character home, and that unlocks the ability to substantially reconstruct and renovate the building into strata units, and also build an infill building with up to 6 units on the property for a larger lot. The Character Homes program has actually really informed the new options, which are illustrated on the right side in terms of new build, because multiplex is new build only. And the key points of the new option are 3 to 6 ownership units with 8 if you do secured rental, 1 FSR with a density bonus provision, 3 stories, a focus on family-size units, and there's no required on-site car parking. Next, please. This slide provides some more details on the range of design options available. We are allowing both single building and courtyard configurations, as in 2 buildings, 1 at the front and 1 at the back. You can build above grade, or you can have a basement. And I want to note, we also looked at the corner lots. There's a special case and some conditions there. On the left-hand side, the 2 images on the left in both rows, they show schemes that are above grade. And if you build completely above grade, then that allows for the ability to have a single level unit or flats, 1 or 2, depending on the lot size, at ground with no stair entry to the unit. And that will significantly reduce access barriers at this scale of housing. Next, please. Staff are recommending a density bonus approach for the multiplex opportunity. We are proposing density bonus contribution requirements and rates that are set to ensure multiplex is available and attractive option, that we limit the potential land value escalation and discourage speculation. We want to allocate that value that we collect to create public benefits and or fund below market or secured rental housing. And we want to make sure that the density bonus system is simple and transparent. So multiplex is offered at an FSR of up to 1.0. The base density is 0.7. In order to earn your way to that additional 0.3, there are 3 approaches that applicants can take. They can pay the fixed rate cash contribution, or they can provide a single below market homeownership unit within the project, the rest all being strata, but one would be priced below market. And the third approach would be to secure the whole building as rental housing in perpetuity. So those are the 3 pathways in our density bonus scheme. The below market homeownership option would be managed by BC Housing through their affordable homeownership program. And the proposed cash contribution rates and further background and details on density bonus is posted on our Shape Your City page, and further details will be coming with the referral report. Next, please. So all of this work has been shaped by the overarching goal to make the permit process as simple and straightforward as possible. And this approach aligns with Council's recent 3331 framework. Staff recommends simplifying and aligning the low-density regulations in order to make it easier to build new housing, to increase building design flexibility, to improve clarity and certainty about what can be built, and create capacity and incentivize a shift to new missing middle housing with more homes on lots. The key changes that are part of this work are reducing the size of new single detached houses, increasing the size of a laneway, and allowing all options to be built with all the floor area above grade. Next, please. The extent of the simplification and alignment work means that it is possible to consolidate all 9 of the RS zones shown on the left-hand side of the slide. All those colors can be consolidated into a single zone, now shown in red on the right-hand side. This means that 52% of the land will have a single zone with simpler rules that allow detached houses, laneway homes, duplexes and multiplexes, and character retention will still be an option on sites with pre-1940s homes. Next. Council, we provided an update in January, at which time you endorsed the work program and asked us to get the changes in front of you as soon as possible. The team has made significant progress and sped up the original targeted timeline by 2 months. We are finalizing the detailed report, which will outline the zoning changes for your consideration in 2 weeks' time. This means the public hearing can be held in September. If approved, the new bylaw would be effective sometime in October, and we'll be able to accept multiplex applications before the end of the year. Next. Thank you. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you so much, Paula. So, Council, now you have 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Are there any questions? Okay, I saw a lot. Okay, Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks. And I wonder if I can just move for a second round of questions.
Second? Second by Councillor Clausen. All in favor say yea. Opposed say nay. Okay, motion passed. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Thank you for this presentation. Number of kind of questions, and you can let me know and all of us. I really appreciated the graphics about at-grade multiplexes with more accessibility and fewer less carbon pollution from basements. Are we allowing more height for at-grade buildings?
We do have a standard height for all of the options, but we do know that we have raised the height of the buildings to make sure that the 3 stories all above grade will work.
Okay. But they still hit the same height limit as if you go down into a basement, or are they
Councillor.
allowed? Sorry if I'm getting the term.
We have a single height, but it will work for all the options.
Okay. Are we providing more square footage for walls or?
Right, there's a council motion that was passed when the update to the Climate Emergency Action Plan was presented, and that will be addressed in the referral report in some detail.
Secure bicycle parking.
That will also be discussed in there, but there is options to provide bicycle parking on the projects, yeah.
Okay, great. Okay. Again, maybe this is a question for later, but I've seen some questions online about how the, I guess we're not calling it a CAC, the financial contribution for density bonusing could work, and differential rates from the west side and center of town and the east side. And I'm hoping to better understand what we think those will mean in terms of the actual uptake, and how we try to encourage through that tool more multiplexes, particularly where we're seeing a lot of large and very expensive single-family homes being built instead.
Right, so that information is available on our Shape Your City page right now. They'll be discussed in more detail in the upcoming report, and then we can answer any questions at the public hearing.
Okay. Okay. My last question may also be for the public hearing then, so let me pause and let others go ahead.
Sorry, I was listening. Could you repeat that?
Just that I'm going to go off the list and listen to other questions. Thank you.
And I just want to say the referral report will post on the 18th.
Okay.
We'll try to get it out a little bit earlier. It's almost ready now. So you'll have a chance to really dig into these details. Okay?
Okay, great.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Meisner.
Thanks very much, Chair. I noticed that I already have 28 seconds on my clock, so I might need that. But I was just wondering, first question, I know we've asked about this before. Is there any allowances for small-scale retail or corner stores on these corner multiplex lots?
This initial work is focusing only on residential. There'll be other layers of change that include commercial, which puts it into a more complex building type and different levels of codes. We're just trying to keep the scope tight and just be about residential with this piece of work.
Okay, what is the timeline on that further work to allow different types of, I guess, retail versus commercial, for example?
So that will be part of our 4-year work plan that we bring to the council right after your August break.
Okay, so right now, if someone wanted to add, say, a small cafe on one of these corner multiplex buildings, they would not be able to under the current.
Not under this proposal.
Okay. Okay. The below market unit, is there a minimum and maximum size and number of bedrooms for those?
Yes, there is. Graham, would you like to? Graham Anderson can address it briefly, but that information is also available on our Shape Your City page.
Yeah, thanks, Paula. So just quickly, the proposed minimum size for the below market ownership unit would be a minimum of 970 square feet, and it must have a minimum of 2 bedrooms. So it may be larger, but that's the proposed standard for the zoning regulations, and those details are summarized in the report.
Okay, and what percentage discount from market price?
The minimum requirement is 50% from fair market value. And in accordance with BC Housing's program, that discount may be required to be deeper in some locations in order to meet the maximum income parameters of their program.
Okay, and that's in perpetuity?
The proposed minimum discount would apply through BC Housing's program framework, which requires the initial sale to be discounted and includes an opportunity for subsequent sales of that unit to be at a discounted rate. However, it doesn't require the unit to stay permanently affordable in the event of future sales.
Okay, thank you. Final question. Do we have I mean, it's great we're collapsing all these RS zones that are going to make up 52% of the land in Vancouver. Do we have a name for the new R1 zone in mind?
We're working on that. At present, the naming is RS, right? That's been the standard name. We're looking at shifting to R1-1. I know it doesn't sound really exciting, but it's like we have to think, we have a system that we've got that we're trying to work towards, like a simplification, so.
Okay, so there might be an opportunity to give it a catchier brand.
Sure.
Is what I'm hearing. Okay, that's great. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Metzner. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I have to refrain from commenting on R1 or -1, but I won't give an opinion. So I want to just continue a bit on the line of questioning that was started by Councillor Boyle around accessible housing for seniors in particular. It's something that has come to me because of the number of seniors who have approached me saying, look, we want to keep this land. We can't just give it to one child. We've got 3 and there's no equity. So this is a solution. But the seniors want to live there. So have we thought at all about making one unit required to be accessible? Like, in other words, all one level, no stairs.
Great question, and it's something that we've definitely worked hard to advance. At this point, we are enabling those, I'm going to call them access units with reduced access barriers to be available so that people can build them. We're not at the point where we think that we can require them because we need to see some of these projects be built. And as you know, Vancouver has lots have different grade, right? Some are flatter and some are sloping. So I think we want to see, put it out there and let this be a possibility that people can choose to do that. And then after a few years, maybe we can see, yeah, actually this is possible and we could put some requirement in. Mm-hmm. But to come out of the gate with a requirement, I think would be very difficult.
Yeah, okay. Just raising concern that some of the workshops that have been done so far, the examples that that architects have come up with none of them are one level, they're all stairs. So maybe we can be encouraging also some examples to be out there for people to look at that are one level, plus other units, of course, that would have stairs. But it just, I'm
Yeah.
not sure how you want to handle that in the future going forward, but I think to give people that inspiration that there may be some options there.
We can feature that a bit more on our Shape Your City page, and the illustrations that were up when I was presenting did show the above grade schemes. The first level can be a flat or two flats, and if the lot is not too sloped, then you would be able to, it would be considerably more accessible than almost all the options in these low density areas today.
Okay. Another key question for me is the retention of character homes or heritage homes. There's nothing that I can see so far in the details, but more details are coming, I know, that would encourage the retention of character or heritage homes, knowing that that would obviously be an extra cost. So encouragement is needed in some specific ways. I leave it to you to figure out how that would be done. But certainly there's a concern around the fact that we don't want to see the loss of all character heritage homes in the RS zones now that exist. So what's our approach around that?
I know we've had some specific questions from councillors and some emails from citizens, and we're working on a memo that as a response, because that certainly warrants a very thorough response. So as soon as we get past today, we'll put our heads together and get you a memo on that, an update.
Do you know, Teresa, if that would be increased? I mean, the way we've retained it in the past is with increased FSR. If you do retain it, is that something that staff are looking at or contemplating?
Well, we wouldn't be prepared to do that in this round of, this round of changes is pretty well baked. You'll get the referral report in a couple of weeks. It'll go to public hearing. So to make any major changes at this point would disrupt the schedule. We wouldn't be able to get it to you by the fall. But it is something that we've looked at. And it is a big policy question for council, because this was to enable more housing. So to take those lots, that group of lots out of this and not give them the opportunity to redevelop and to conserve one home as opposed to redevelop these 6 is a pretty big shift. So we want to give that a lot of thought and bring you back a proper response for
Because
that.
this is a new policy, what do you anticipate as being the timeline for a report back to council on its implementation? So after it's potentially passed by council at public hearing, would you come back to council with, gee, this is working, or there's some problems here? Is that a year, or is that?
Absolutely. I think much like Broadway, we knew we didn't get Broadway 100% right, but we wanted to get something on the books because people had been waiting for 3 years. We know we have a group of builders and developers who are ready to go. They are working with Andrea's group. They're starting to hold their permits now in anticipation. They would like to see these changes as quick as possible. So
Sorry,
again, we don't want
we're out
the
of time. We have
perfect-
second round.
Thank you.
You can come back. Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for the work. It's exciting to see. I have a number of questions. And the first one, really, I think I know the answer I want to confirm is, if this is going to go forward for referral to public hearing, and obviously the public has to comment on a substantially similar proposal, was there staff review with respect to looking at 4 stories versus 3, given the desire to keep things above grade? And I know that you might frame that, well, that's very different building typology, potentially, in terms of traditional rental, for example. But you do see that successfully in other areas. And so tying into the question, I see that there's no parking required. I know that's going to be potentially a real flashpoint for people, because it's about, yes, we welcome density, but what's about stream parking and green space or trees? But if you go higher, you could potentially look at other designs that would accommodate parking, because these are family units in green space. So was there consideration given to that and going to 4?
We did look at 4. There's substantially more difficult building code issues with the 4-story building, and it puts it into different classification and it makes it more difficult. Townhouses, 4 stories are filled with stairs, and so we decided, because we were held at 1 FSR because of utilities constraints, and Vancouver Plan is also not indicating like apartments or big density everywhere. It's multiplexes is the baseline, then we layer in the other more dense options in specific locations in the pink and purple areas on the map, right?
Do we have existing building code challenges that we haven't addressed that council recently toured? I think a building, it was the Turner's Dairy, that indicated there were two separate buildings, just like it's proposed as an option here, and that triggered additional requirements in the building code that they had to have some type of linking, all right, or contiguous frame. Is that a consideration here, or does that not apply in the R?
There's no linking. I'm not sure if I'm understanding the question, but we're trying to keep everything in part 9 here so that it's as simple
With
as easy
respects
to do.
to stairs and trying, the ability to do a different typology other than townhouses and to sort of do the two buildings, but more sort of flatter level units, because the concerns around seniors and accessibility is a very real one, because you limit the amount of units to a ground floor or potentially something that doesn't have stairs.
Right. I think you're talking about the sort of a next generation of this kind of intensity, something that's a bit more complicated, but would obviously provide more accessibility if you had like an elevator in the building.
Okay. What is the balance, I guess, between doing this and moving, I guess the philosophical question of moving this forward and progressive improvement and being bolder and going for more complexity? AKA, the other part of the question is, how much modeling have we done and who's likely to do this? Is this going to be a bit daunting for the individual homeowner that's like, wow, I'm not a developer? Is it going to be small developers coming in? Because it's pretty daunting to know you're going to be out of your home, you're going through major construction. You got a homeowner who's maybe land rich, cash poor, doesn't know the whole complexity of development. And so if we're going through, how much yield are we going to get from this? Have we done modeling on how many houses units we might see versus should we be bolder in this proposal?
So a couple ways to answer the question. First, we know this works. We know people are ready to do it. It's not the be-all, end-all solution. And it's not the only missing middle typology that we will bring forward. It is one in a suite. It won't answer the corner stores. It won't answer the higher density townhouses or the 4-6-story apartments in residential. It is one component. And to try to load everything on this one change, I think it would take us a long time and we wouldn't see the advantage. I would really urge council to move forward with this now because we know we have a good product that people are waiting for and we know we can build it.
In the engagement that you've done in terms of developing this, have we identified any proponents or the potential to do a pilot?
Getting into my office, let me play hand, or my hands are full. Let me put stuff down. I'll be right back.
Stop your clock.
Have we identified the potential to do a pilot project or two that showcase the distinct components? Do we have any willing folks ready to step up, or could we do that as part of the rollout? Because I do think that once people start to see this as like a Laneway House, it was an unknown scenario. And once you see them, you saw more popping up in the neighborhood. Has there been any opportunities to do demo projects per se?
We could showcase projects, but I assure you this item is in order and people are waiting to do it. We will hear from the small builders. They're waiting now to be able to get to work on building more homes for Vancouverites.
How do we overcome the parking issue on thinking of areas like Kits or really narrow areas?
That's one of the things that we will have to monitor and bring back to council. We know that we're building about 500 single-family homes a year, so we're expecting volumes like that. Because we've enabled it all over the city, we don't think that they're going to be, one of the reasons we didn't want to do a pilot is we didn't want to overload a single area. We will monitor that. We know we'll get additional requests for resident parking only, but that's something that we'll monitor for during the first year. Even if we put one car per residence, you can't build this kind of density and put 6 cars on a lot. You can put 6 units on a lot, but you put 6 cars on a lot without going underground. That's very expensive for this.
Sorry, we are at time, Councillor Kirby. Yeah, thanks. Hey, Councillor Clausen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, staff. Great progress here that we're seeing. I'm excited to see the final rollout of this. With regards to the additional sort of low market units, there was a question about how we might be able to incentivize those, and that's going to be achieved through the sort of waiving of the density bonus contribution. Similarly, I'm wondering if we have incentives to try and encourage accessibility, such as the ground level suites that Councillor Carr is talking about. Is there, I think that we are going into a phase where we're going to have a lot of older adults, especially ones that probably are currently overhoused or living in larger homes right now, that would love to see the ability to kind of maybe move into one unit in a multiplex situation.
Right, we've taken the approach to remove accessibility barriers with this work. We don't have any specific incentives for units of that type in our scheme at this point.
Okay, thanks very much. Have there been any discussions around setbacks? I realize that they're something that neighborhoods kind of covet, the setback from the sidewalk to the front of the house, but are we in any position to potentially start reducing some of those in some cases to allow for greater sort of use of the back part of the lot?
Yeah, good question. The setback proposed is going to 16 feet across the board, and you'll see all those details of the setbacks across the whole property in each case coming to you in the referral report, in the bylaw.
I want to just follow up on some of the questions Councillor Carr asked around the heritage piece. I realize that we have engaged in a little conversation with some of our builders, but I understand that we are going to move forward without any sort of amendments to this in the short term, but do we have any sort of serious ideas around timing, even if it was to engage on this one and look at maybe some formulas that might allow for more to character retention in housing?
So we've been asked about additional incentives for character retention by council about a year ago, and there is a memo that was sent in June last year that sort of covers all of the research we did on further incentives, and it concluded that we weren't recommending anymore for a range of reasons. Cost, complexity, time, et cetera. And so what I would say is the character incentives are going to still be here as part of the scheme. We're not eliminating them. And they offer for people who want to do that, they get 0.85 and they also get an enclosed parking space, which boosts the total build. So it's actually approaching what the multiplex can do, but they don't have to pay any density bonus charge. So it's not that far off in terms of being sort of an equal.
Okay, I just with regards to the question around parking, people, whether we like it or not, parking is always a huge consideration in the saleability, if you'd like, of some of these units. Do we have, I realize that it's going to really be up to the actual design itself, but again, do we say that we're going to be monitoring it, but is there a way that we can encourage perhaps having the additional spots behind the units built into the design of the property?
Good question. We are allowing the parking, and we certainly know from all the workshops that we had with builders that they want to provide the parking because people who have money to buy units at this price point have cars. The majority of them do. And you will see when we come to you in 2 weeks and at the public hearing, we'll show a range of the designs that we've done, and you can see that there is parking being provided. We anticipate many will do at the back. With the infill building overhangs the parking, so it's more like a very large carport. So there definitely is space, and it's something we've been struggling with to try and fit because we know to sell the units that most will want to have a parking space.
Last question, I might not have time for a full answer, but Councillor Carr, I think, brought forward a UBCM motion regarding working with BC Hydro with regard to the additional and transformer requirements for larger units. Do we have any line of sight on how we can work with BC Hydro on that one?
I'm just going to invite Doug Smith to come.
I think I'm at time, but maybe we can figure out how to get that question answered.
Doug Smith, Deputy General Manager, PDS. So we are working very closely with BC Hydro on systems to improve grid resilience and ensure that we can provide power and also do it at a more affordable rate. And there's an opportunity that we're working with them on now to actually spread the cost across all homes that are being developed or all residential. So there isn't that spike or that peak cost for these particular types of developments.
Very good.
Okay, we are at time. Thanks. Okay, Councillor Dominado.
Thank you, Chair, and appreciate that question from Councillor Clausen. I was similarly going to ask about the utility system capacity, so thank you for that answer. I did want to pursue a question around laneways in the context of our existing framework and this new framework for missing middle. I had a conversation with the chair of Small Housing BC recently, and part of that conversation centered around the opportunity for stratification or not stratification, but ownership of those laneways. Right now it's rental only, as I recall. And is that something being considered as part of the missing middle framework, is to enable ownership of and sale of the laneways?
So it's a good question and one that people don't often understand the difference. So multiplex, if you build a new unit at the front with 2 units and you build an infill at the back, then that can all be strata titled. But laneway homes came in as a rental option only. The reason that we've done that is obviously to encourage rental housing, but secondly, because the Strata Act requires that both buildings that are part of a strata be upgraded to the same grade of building code. So people will have, if they wanted to strata title the laneway, like you wanted to convert it, you'd have to do a major renovation to most homes, seismic, water, fire separation, et cetera. It could be considerable. And many people who do character home infill face this. They think that they can do an infill at the back and sell it, and then they realize, I got to do all that work to renovate my house if I want to sell the back unit. So those are the 2 big reasons we actually want the rental, and the work required to upgrade the main house would be very, very expensive in order to strata title the front and the back.
And so at this juncture,
We are not proposing, the laneway house program is a rental program only, but if you want to build a new product, everything new on the lot at the same time, then you can, the infill building at the back would be a strata unit.
Okay.
And I should maybe just clarify that for everyone. Multiplex program, everything on the lot is new. There's no comboing an old house and making it be the infill and moving things around and renovating my house to be a duplex and then building a new one. The way, because of code and strata regulations, it's all new.
That's helpful, and I appreciate that clarification. And I just wanted to circle back, I think, to a comment, Teresa, you were making around, I get we're not taking positions today, but you were sort of driving at the importance of, there's been a lot of work and research done into this, I think looking to see council hopefully support it in the future. But I've heard that other jurisdictions are already kind of advanced in this space. And so do you have some examples of that, whether it be locally or other jurisdictions that have sort of adopted sort of that missing middle framework? Because I think we're doing great work and we're leading. I think in many ways, I think we're also maybe following other jurisdictions and I just don't know which ones those are.
Portland is the one that we were looking at most closely. Victoria has already adopted one. We know theirs is struggling a bit, which is not unusual when you're first out of the gate, right? We really modeled this on the character retention and working with those experienced Vancouver builders who have been in this in our local development environment for a long time. They know what they're doing. They really help shape this program more than anything else. So we know it's field tested right here in Vancouver.
Okay. Okay, that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Dominado. Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, I wonder, in terms of the economic analysis that has been done and looking at the options for a CAC or an affordable homeownership unit or all rental, if that's done in the Vancouver context, and if part of the analysis, which I would expect it would be, but if any part of the analysis has looked at other cities or jurisdictions in terms of, I know some of this is relatively new, but some areas in the States have gone first, and what their experience has been with respects to what has worked, and whether or not if there's any modeling, if that's a disincentive, if it's not due to the land lift, if there's a particular one of those options that has been more popular, like do we expect people to just say they'll pay the money and not have to deal with the complexity of rental, or the AHO option?
Oh, sure, certainly I can, I know you want a quick answer, so I think our financial analysis looks just at Vancouver at this point in time. Because it has, that's how we do it. What other cities are doing may not work here for all sorts of jurisdictional reasons. So our financial is just here at this very recently. We definitely think that the strata option is the one that people will take up. The 6-unit option with one affordable only works on the bigger, the bigger lots where you have 6 units. So, we know that the secured rental is really is financially not going to, it's going to be in the exceptional case where that would work. So the vast majority of these will be strata.
The vast majority of Bligh strata maybe was, if people are so inclined, more of a personal decision if they want to do an AHO option.
Oh, yeah, or, I think you saw last night at public hearing, there was a rezoning for basically what is a multiplex, right, on the one lot. They came in with 4 units on a single lot, all secured as rental. So for some people, they're making that work. But in a general case, if you were to go and buy the land to do that, it wouldn't.
Is that one really an analogy though? Because I believe that was under the SRP that does require potentially.
That's right, but it did come in. I mean, it is a project. They paid a rezoning fee in order to do 4 rental secured units on a standard lot. But the multiplex project is very similar. What we're offering is very similar to what you saw last night.
Okay. It's going to be interesting. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby. Yeah, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just had one other question, which is about the expected uptake of this project. I assume in our modeling, we have a sense of roughly how many per year we expect to see.
Yes, great question. And we've been doing that, of course, as a prediction because I can't tell the future.
Sure.
So I think we're getting roughly 600 permits a year. In the last 6 months, we're seeing a split between houses and duplexes, so they're almost even now.
Okay.
But if we take those and we add a new thing and we sort of say a third of the projects go over to multiplex, and we could expect, once this gets going, 200 projects a year would be a reasonable target.
Okay. And then what are the levers for us to say after a year or two, this is going well, and rather than having a third single detached homes and a third duplexes and a third multiplexes, we'd like to encourage an uptake of more multiplexes. What are those tools or levers?
Well, the levers that we've included in our proposal is actually to reduce the size of a new detached house because we don't want to keep replacing houses with houses. That doesn't align with our objectives. We want to encourage people to put more units on a lot, whether it's a duplex, a triplex, or fourplex, whatever. So that is one of the things that's baked into the proposal right now, to disincentivize the construction of new, large detached homes.
Okay, and we can continue to look at, I assume, other tools as we move forward to keep that shift.
Yeah, we'll be doing monitoring, and after a year of building these, we'll come back with a bunch of data and analysis, and council can instruct us.
Okay, and I know there's been years of discussion about a new Vancouver special and some prototypes. Is that also on our radar for a year out from the program launching or something like that, to be looking at what's working and how we can make it even faster and easier?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, and we aren't coming out of the gate with a set prototype, but we think that industry will develop that on their own over time, using the rules and seeing what sells, what works, what's easier and faster to build. It'll emerge on its own, and then once that happens, then the permitting group sees those repeatedly, and it becomes a lot easier to process.
Okay, and just to clarify, this is all coming to us as one public hearing change and then won't require site by site.
That's correct. The changes are across the board in all RS zones to make it one single zone with all those options and with multiplex as an option on almost every lot.
Okay.
So the council would effectively be pre-zoning over half the city with this single.
Why do we say pre-zoning instead of just regular zoning?
Well, it's
same.
yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
But it allows them to do it without any kind of a zoning change.
okay.
They can come in by right.
Back to my earlier question about uptake, are we imagining that that will be pretty evenly spread in neighborhoods across the city, and particularly where the density bonus contribution amount is different?
That's a tricky one. My prediction is we'll probably see maybe a bit more on the east side, because if you sort of saw, if I showed you a duplex map today, you could see that duplex has been taken up a lot more on the east side, where price point is a lot more critical. On the west side, there's still many, many people who have a lot of money, and it doesn't matter what else you could do. They still want to just build a new house. So we'll have to see.
Okay.
Um,
And then if, as we see, can what are the tools to incentivize them more on the west side? You know, certainly they're family sized. We see school capacity being more of a problem in east side schools than schools on the west side. So I just wondering how we connect those dots in terms of encouraging them more where there's space for kids in particular.
Great. Well, I think we'll have to wait for the data, and then we can come back and look at the tools that we could suggest.
Great. I will leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Meissner.
Thanks, Chair. Seeing no one else on the queue for questions, can I move recommendation or to receive for information?
Okay. Second by moved by Councillor Meissner, second by Councillor Kirby.
I'd also like to introduce an amendment which I've circulated.
So let me move you to the amendment queue. Please add yourself there. Yeah, it's seconded by Councillor Kirby. Okay, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. So thanks again to staff for all the great work and also expediting this and moving it up 2 months. That's fantastic news. And I think that this is going to have an impact. On the amendment language, hoping to introduce a name for this new zoning. We're going to be collapsing these 9 RS zones, and I think it's going to, and I know it's going to introduce different building types into all neighborhoods. So making those neighborhoods more diverse and inclusive. So the amendment that I've circulated is proposing to change the name to something a little bit more catchier that I hope everybody can get on board with, and that's R1 residential inclusive, to reflect the wide range of housing choice, tenure, and lower cost of home ownership, which is the goal of this new missing middle initiative.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Meissner. Councillor Kirby.
Thanks. Do you have a seconder yet?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah, you are the seconder.
Am I? Okay. Okay. All right, second. I was going to speak to it, and I realized I wasn't sure if we had one. I like this because I think when you start on council, there's a whole bunch of acronyms with respects to development and different codes, and then you have to learn what they are. I really appreciate ones like RR, for example, residential rental, that are intuitive. Other ones are not necessarily. And it's a small thing. It's not changing the overall strategy, but it does, I think, it is more descriptive to the layperson to understand what that means. And I think it also signals the move that council are making big picture in terms of prioritizing multifamily and enabling more homes and delivering more housing. So yeah, I like it. I think it's good. I'm happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby. And Councillor Clausen.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'm in agreement here. I think we've got something that's simple. As somebody who comes from a communications and marketing background, I like the sound of R1. I like the sound of residential inclusive zoning. And I also like the idea that it might earn the name colloquially as RIS, which is, I think, really catchy. This is something that I think is going to be really great, and help people really understand what we're trying to do here in terms of simplifying. And I think it'll be something that this council and the staff that worked on it will look back on as a really great moment in terms of how we plan our city. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Councillor Carr.
Well, sorry, this is like weird in terms of landing a change in the whole, 52% of the land of Vancouver with a new name. Staff have come forward with some indication, but not any details. I certainly would want to check this out. I mean, changing the name of a zone has a lot of implications in terms of the people apply. So I guess through you, if I could ask a question to staff. I mean, what do you feel about having a name land on you like this, and why does it have to be, or should it be, or could it not be R1, which has always been residential, single family? So I'm not sure why the number.
I think we got a late breaking suggestion from law to, I don't know if this is appropriate for me to do this, to reword this to say have direct staff to consider the name, as opposed to that. I don't know, looking at the city manager. We clearly want to be able to brand this, right? We will have a new naming typology because, we're doing the RS zones now. We're going to do RT, RM next. We were going to kind of march down eliminating, and we certainly need a naming kind of construct. But so, what appears on the zoning map can be R1-1, but to kind of give it a more familiar name for the public to get behind, I don't see a conflict with that at all. Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, getting away from what has been historically known as a very exclusive zone, single-family residential, I think is a good break and a change of direction.
Okay, I'm just writing up an amendment to the amendment, so
Okay.
I'll send it in a sec.
Okay, so do you need more time here, or can we advance the next?
Just a second.
Okay.
Well, how much time do I have left?
You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I've just sent it.
Okay.
So my amendment follows the.
Okay, so sorry, just I need to move you to the amendment Q2. Okay, you know what? So clerk just remind me that we should stay at amendment Q1 because Councillor Meissner's is main Q. It's not amendment. It's the main motion.
Oh.
Yeah. So now we are back to the amendment Q1. So please go ahead, Councillor Carr. It's all good.
Thank you. So I've just indicated in language, excuse me, in language the suggestion from staff to not change, but to consider changing. I mean, my hope is that they, in considering changing, it's not that they would be limited only to that one choice, but to come back with us to council with any potential other language or other titles to that zone. So it's just a reflection of staff's comment on this.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I like the name too, and we all recognize the need for something a little catchier. And I know staff have been mentioning that for a while too. I'm happy to support.
Okay.
The
Sorry, Councillor Boyle. Sorry to interrupt. So we need a seconder for Councillor Carr's amendment. Second by Councillor Montague. Okay, please go ahead, Councillor Boyle. Sorry.
Sure. Happy to support both the motion and the amendment to consider changing. I certainly can appreciate wanting to take legal's advice on this. That certainly around public hearing items always feels like a good call, especially on such a big change. And the interest in looking at all of the other layers and how we name this piece in a way that fits with the other pieces to reduce confusion. So happy to support consider changing and have that be part of the conversation, and also really like the name that Councillor Meisner put forward for all of the reasons he articulated well.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm good with the amendment. I think it's a minor change, and yes, we can. I would love if you would consider this branding, going from exclusive to inclusive in a way. So, thanks for the suggestion.
Hey, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, I think that we spend a lot of time on sending things back to staff so they can do the thoughtful work using their expertise on actually coming up with the content around, if the financials work and the building typologies and all the important things. I don't think we need to send them something else to consider if council generally like it. And I'm hearing that people like it. And it's simple, it's easy to remember. I think Councillor Meisner, intuiting here, has run this by staff. And it sends a really great signal, I think, in terms of inclusivity to the public. So I don't see the need for extra process, to be honest. And sometimes I think we just have to be decisive. So if you like it, support it. If you don't like it, don't support it. I don't see the need to send it back. And I am wholly supportive of it. And so I won't support the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Seeing no one else on the queue to speak to this amendment, I'm not going to call a vote. Clerk, please move us to the voting panel. Council, please register your vote on the vote. Okay. Who is not voting? Oh, we got everyone, hey? Okay. So the amendment passed with Councillor Kirby Young in opposition, Councillor Clausen in opposition, and Councillor Fry absent. Right, so let's go back to the main queue. That's Councillor Meisner, you are on the main queue, right? Okay. Councillor Kirby Young, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just say one thing. I'm really happy that our council meetings are shorter this term because I think we're being effective and efficient in the chambers. And I'll just emphasize this again for the record, the risk of being repetitive is that the more we can streamline things, I think the more outcomes we can get focusing on the material work. So I'll support this one because I support the name, but I just think that we're adding unnecessary process, and I just think it's unnecessary. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, well, in order to streamline things, it would be good to have some information before the meeting. So I understand that there was conversations with staff. There was not a conversation with all councillors, and that would be helpful.
Thank you. Councillor Clausen.
Just really liked the original motion, so I just felt that it was again, I think we get sort of mired in process sometimes on these things, but either way, I think that we're headed in a great direction on this one. So I'm very pleased to support the newly amended motion.
Thank you. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, I think, we got positive signals from staff when we proposed it, and I personally don't think asking them to consider versus directing them to choose this name exclusively is a huge deal. So I am hopeful.
Thank you. Okay, so no one else on the queue to speak about this motion. I'm not going to call a vote. So clerk, please take us to the voting panel, and council, please register your vote. Okay, so that motion does passed unanimously with Councillor Fry absent. All right, thanks everyone. This item is for information only, so there's no decision of council required, but that concludes the presentation one on today's agenda. Thank you. Okay, now we're gonna move to the R3 on the agenda, the public notice bylaw. Okay, does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? Seeing no. So we have other team members here to introduce the item. So So let's just wait 1 minute for people to set up. Okay, thanks. So now we have team member to here to introduce the item. Please go ahead. Number 4? I thought we are doing number 3. Number 3, yeah, number 3. So number 3 was pulled. Okay, Council, so we are here at number 3, the public notice bylaw. Does any member wish to declare conflict of interest for this item? Okay, we have team members here to introduce the item. So Rosemary, I think you're the one introduce the item. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Zhou. Council, we have Grant on the line to answer questions as well, so we don't have a presentation.
Okay, thank you. So Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask question of team members. So are there any questions? Councillor Dominado.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. Just noting that I did ask a series of questions by email, and I appreciate staff got back to me very promptly on that. I just wanted to clarify a couple of points. The reason I'd asked questions was because I noted the change and shift away from advertising in print newspapers, and I recognize that that's increasingly, we have fewer and fewer in the city. But it was because it was not applicable simply to things like public hearing notices, but it was Board of Variance, election notices, SRI bylaw amendments, tax averaging bylaws, tax exemptions, and tax sales. So it applies to a number of issues. And I guess where I'm going with this is that I see there's been a change to the report now, so it reflects it's not necessarily advertising for just one particular social media platform as was proposed, but now to online newspapers. But I'm curious about what other jurisdictions are doing and the implications, particularly around issues like elections. I'm raising the concern in the context of elderly individuals who don't have access to online and still actually rely on print, and maybe we don't have Vancouver's Awesome anymore or the Courier, but there's still the Sun and Province, and I guess I'm just concerned about lack of accessibility for important notices, particularly things like elections, especially as we've seen a very low voter turnout, and there are still individuals who rely on notifications through paper. So could you just comment on that broadly and what we might do in those circumstances?
Sure, thanks for the question. Very good question. We are going to continue with what we've done in previous elections to make sure that the information gets out to the voters. So I think example would be the voters guide. We'll continue with that. This one is specific to the notices that we put in newspapers. And in the last election, we did put that on our website as well. So it appears in both places. And we also include that in some pamphlets that we had earlier on in the election period. So we'll continue with that. This is just to give us some options if we're not able, say the Courier or Vancouver is Awesome is no longer in print, we have alternate means to publicize the notices.
And previously, did the bylaw not enable you to do online advertising?
Yeah, we were not able to do that, but we did it on, we had that information on our website, just to ensure that we capture all the audience as much as possible.
Okay.
Sorry, it's Grant Murray with Legal Services. The bylaw, in the past, the Vancouver Charter required that it be newspaper publications, but we frequently would exceed that. And Rosemary's example of the voter's guide is a very good example of that, where that's not in any manner required, but it's something that the city does for the purposes of communications. Surprisingly, very little is required outside of simple publication in the newspaper in most of these circumstances. But the city will typically exceed that either through placing up signs or some other form of communication. And in many circumstances, we put it on the website already. In fact, almost everything goes on the website. And that's probably where most people get their information. But the technical requirement is still 2 newspapers in most circumstances. And we're hoping to avoid that by enacting a bylaw that authorizes this. I'm sorry if I went on too long, but there was a very small requirement in the statute, and this is another just different requirement in our bylaw.
Thank you, and I appreciate the elaboration. And just two more quick questions is, again, with the language change to online newspaper advertisements, it again doesn't preclude, though, the city from leveraging social media platforms, again, just not naming specific ones, but broadly, that's still a tool within our toolbox to
That's
notify.
correct.
Yeah. And my last question around on this topic is, for items, for example, public hearing notices, we will still be issuing the postcards to the sort of surrounding area where there's a proposed development or rezoning application. Is that correct?
That's correct, and as well as the sign on
And the,
site.
yeah, and the posted sign.
Yeah, we'll continue with that practice. Yeah.
Okay. I think there's others who have questions, so I'll pause there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dominado. Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have a couple of questions, and one I had posed ahead, but I want to explore it a bit more. And it's around the fact that it says 7 days when previously the change had been 2 weeks. So at face value, I think if members of the public look at that, it looks like we're degrading the amount of advance notice that people get. And that's often one of the biggest concerns is I didn't have enough time. I wasn't advised. I didn't have time to read it. So why wouldn't we have made this 14 days versus 7 when it was previously 2 weeks?
Grant, do you want to take that question?
Legally, the province has changed it so that it can be a week. There's also a subtlety in the Interpretation Act where it says that it had to be in consecutive weeks. That could be a period of 8 days because a week ends on. You could publish it on a Friday and publish it on a Monday, and in advance, and that would still have met the 2 week requirement. So, admittedly, there is a move from a requirement in many circumstances of more than 1 week's notice to 1 week's notice. But if the requirement is a month's notice, like some of the election ads, then we'll still have to do that. And I think we would try to effort things as early as we can.
Grant, can I jump in just for time? So what was our practice? Because, it's not always a Friday and a Monday. Some publications were weekly. Some had a couple of different schedules. Some of them are now defunct, obviously. But were we doing like sort of the Friday, Monday? Were we doing a Monday and then the following Monday in 2 consecutive weeks?
I didn't always follow when we published, but I certainly advised that you could publish on a Friday and on a Monday in order to meet the requirements. And I believe that was frequently done. Many times it depended on the difficulty in getting the ads ready for a print process was a little bit more complicated than getting the ads ready for.
I understand. I understand, and I'm just jumping in, sorry for time. I guess my question is, if this is a minimum requirement, do we plan to exceed it in practice, or is human nature being that we're only required to do this, so we're just going to do the 7? Because I would anticipate that some folks will be like, now I'm trying to find my notices because they'll get used to a change, and that's human behavior. But we do hear notoriously that we don't provide enough notice and time for people to read and see things, and that creates issues and frustrations that are unnecessary.
Councillor Kirby, maybe I can answer that. We are planning to exceed the expectation. I think now that we don't have the print deadline, we have the ability to put the notices earlier if possible, and that will be our aim with anything. I think the 7 days would be when we have to publish it, but we would have the information early on, and that will be our aim. So to answer your question, yes, our practice would continue publishing them as early as possible.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to move on to my second question for time, and it's really about translation. Actually, I might need to move for a second round. Sure. We have 5 minutes, right?
Yes, we have 3 more minutes, or 2 more minutes.
Yeah, it's with respect to translation as to, with the desire to support different cultural communities as to the rationale for embedding or not embedding translated materials in the bylaw now that it's going to be online, and that provides for more flexibility. So can you speak to that in terms of enabling more of our cultural communities to participate?
Sure. I think we have our colleagues from CEC on the line, Angela or Natasha. And maybe while we're waiting for them, so Councillor Kirby, with the webpage that we're setting up for notices, we have the ability to, or the viewers will have the ability to translate to different languages. So that's what we're working towards. So it would be meeting the requirements of making sure that other languages can be accommodated. So that's part of our process when we set up the website.
And is it not? Are we not embedding it in the bylaw because staff want to do that on a per case basis, depending upon where a particular project is? There might be some languages that are more relevant than others, for example.
Grant, do you want to take that question?
Well, well, the official language of the province of British Columbia is English. If we were to produce a requirement in the bylaw that said that we had to publish in other languages, there's a chance that we would misinterpret it, and then we would run into some trouble about the variances between the bylaw, between the English translation and other language translations. But we can certainly exceed the minimum of publishing it in English. But to put it in the bylaw, I think, could raise some serious issues and also make it difficult for people to follow. I think it's better to have one link and then ask for a translation of that than a variety of other things. I mean, I'll back up a little bit. The minimum requirements here are what must be done in all circumstances. If we were to choose more things, then it would have to be done in all circumstances. We're not allowed to differentiate between the type of notice that we provide in one circumstance and the type of notice we provide in another circumstance. So if we said that we were going to have 5 languages, a translation, I'm just picking a number, we would have to do that in all circumstances, regardless of whether it was considered to be appropriate, because it's a one-size-fits-all.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm just clarifying that it appears that there is still choice here. It's not a requirement. It is a requirement right now that it be in the print media, but it will change to be optional. Is that so? You could still make the choice to do print media or other media. Is that right?
Would be exceeding the expectation of having it online. We could also go with a print media.
Yeah, and choices. Do you expect that you may either consult with council in advance, for example, of an election, as to how you will intend to advertise? I think the election piece of it is something that's of sort of a big concern. So supplying that information to council beforehand on how you intend to inform the public and what kinds of formats.
Yeah, typically we would come back to council just to give council an overview of what the plans are for the upcoming election. So we can certainly include that information in there for council.
Great. Did we do any pre-checking surveys or consultation with the public in terms of who views notices where, and especially around age groups in that regard?
I don't think we, Grant, do you have any information on that?
Sorry, I don't have any information on it. My own observation would be that the newspapers pick up on what's on the agenda, and that's the way that many people get it. I simply don't know. I've not studied it. I'm a lawyer, not a sociologist.
It might be useful to get back to council with some information. My suspicion is that seniors more typically still read newspapers. I am a little worried about going straight to just digital news, but it's certainly everybody below the ages of seniors seems to, very much favor that. But it'd be interesting to have any kind of data in the future around that.
I can maybe comment on the public hearing notices. So the print right now, it's not common for people to get the information from. Like Grant said, it's usually the website, and then the folks that are impacted by the public hearing would have received the postcard. So we are reaching those folks with the printed material.
Yeah, right. Okay, that's good to affirm that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I share a lot of those same concerns around seniors that aren't online, don't have cell phones. Just wondering if we've considered, and I'm not sure about the feasibility of this, but wondering if we've considered notices at places like community centers or neighborhood houses.
Do you want to clarify around which?
For public hearing notifications in particular neighborhoods.
Yeah, we can certainly take that back to the planning team and see if that's something they can accommodate. Again, we will continue with the practice with the postcards and the signage at the site for rezoning.
Okay, and can you remind me the radius for the postcards to the development site? What is the radius for people that will receive that card in the mail?
Grant, do you have that information?
Sorry, I was on mute. I don't have that information, but I understand that it's largely, will you be affected by this? And it's not a requirement of our statutory framework, but it's certainly embraced. And I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 meters, something like that. Other local governments have a requirement to stipulate the distance. We do not have that requirement in a bylaw, and so it's not in a bylaw.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, would love if you could take back the idea to look into the feasibility of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Clausen.
Just a general comment and a question that the certainly the newspaper industry has been dealing with a lot of upheaval and change, and this I think perhaps is a would send a signal that that they don't see themselves as viable. Having dealt with some of the publications in the past and had them present some of their stats, I think that the idea that we would not rule out entirely, which is why I'm able to support this, the use of newspaper advertising or using some of the local publications, whether it's Post Media or Glacier or some of the community press, is the reason why I think. So I just want to make sure that that the intent here is to, especially with older adults and their needs, because I think a lot of us will know that, especially around election time, but other important things, that having that those ads in there is going to make our message out to community more viable, and certainly with the translations, it's also really great to have. So I guess I'm just asking is to make sure that we are not entirely, of course, just to have it resaid, that we're not entirely ruling out using newspaper advertising.
Yes, we will continue with that if council wishes us to do that, for sure. I think just to comment on the election notices, that we will continue with print. We know that's widely accepted by the voters, so that's something we will continue for in the future.
I realize that you always have a menu of options, and certainly the drive towards digital and other sort of social networking apps where a lot of older adults are on there right now. But it's also good just to have that print option as well. So thanks.
Okay, thanks. This is the end of the question from council. So there's no registered speaker for this item. So would someone like to move a motion?
So moved.
Yeah, okay. Moved by Councillor Clausen, second by Councillor Carr. Okay. All right, so council, is there any discussion? Seeing no one on the queue, I'm gonna call the vote. So clerk, please take us to the voting panel. And the council, please register your vote. Okay, so this motion does pass unanimously with Councillor Fry absent. Thanks. That concludes report 3 on the agenda. Thanks. Now we are moving to the report 4. So the PNE Master Plan Program Amphitheaters Renewal Update. Does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? Yeah, I got it. So we have a team member here to introduce the item. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So we're here today to talk about the PNE Amphitheater. There is no presentation for this.
Okay. Thanks, man. Okay, Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Are there any questions? Okay, I saw a few. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks. One of the questions council hears most frequently is about noise. And I wonder if you can speak to how the new design plans actually, my understanding is, improve the noise impacts for the surrounding neighborhood.
Sure. I'll have the CEO of PNE to come up and talk about that, because that is a key consideration.
Thank you for raising that, Councillor Boyle. So we have been in long dialogue with the neighbors over the issues that they are facing around sound. One of the things that was very important in the design of this amphitheater was working with world-class acousticians to ensure that both the shape and the design of the roof would be something that would contain sound and stop it from bleeding out into the neighborhood. In addition, they are adding into the design a number of other sound mitigating elements, including a sound wall. So it has been our position now that the amphitheater is a solution to the problem, not an aggravator of the problem like they may be worried about.
Yeah, great. I think that's really going to mean a lot for residents to know about. My other question might also be for you, and also may not be a surprise, but with more people coming to the site, what transportation improvements are we making to make it safer and faster to get there without a private vehicle?
So we're in dialogue with a number of different parties to try and ease the congestion. We do have parking on site, and we're one of the few spaces that does still have parking. But we are also working with rideshare programs and drop-offs. And when we work with transit on large-scale events, we have specialized transit service and specialized drop-off centers. And again, we continue to work with transit on their transit planning to increase and improve transit access to the site for all major events.
Okay. Are we, I am fortunate to live close enough that I regularly come by bicycle. Are we improving access points at, on Hastings at, oh gosh, Renfrew?
Renfrew, yeah.
And down further north on Renfrew and over further east on Hastings. I know there's a few entry points and they each have their challenges right now for active transportation.
So we do have temporary bikeways through the site as it stands right now, but the plan is to build in more permanent bikeways through the site once some of the master plan development gets underway and becomes more permanent. Active transport is absolutely on our radar as well, and so the more that we can look at safe bicycle storage, bike valets, those kinds of things, they're absolutely on our radar as well.
Okay, great. That was going to be my last question. We see many more people using e-bikes to get there from further. So we're looking at
secured bike storage.
Secure bike storage. Okay, great. I think that's all my questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the update. Very excited about this. And Councillor Boyle asked one of my questions around sound, seeing as I live in the neighborhood and hear from neighbors. And I know that this has come up in the past around the benefits, as you noted, around a new amphitheater space. I do want to center my questions on the financing and the increase in the multi-year capital budget, and it largely centering around the potential for cost escalation, given the current climate we're in terms of materials and labor and costs, as well as, we've just had a Bank of Canada announce interest rate increases again today. And so can you just comment, is there, within this, as we look at this increase in the capital budget, is there a contingency for those cost escalations, and to what degree?
So maybe I'll get Michelle to come out and speak to that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Michelle Schulz, Director of Facilities Planning and Development. Yes, we've been very careful to ensure that there's sufficient escalation contingency within the budget. We've been experiencing a range of 10, 12, 8% over the last number of years, and that's been included and accounted for.
Okay, no, that's great to hear, because it's pretty uncertain times right now, and so I appreciate that that's been built in, and that was all my questions. Councillor Boyle asked a number I had, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominado. Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have a number of questions, so I'll fire through them quickly, just I think to help the public's understanding of this. And that is really in terms of the framing around the cost escalation, is that just reiterating that this is paid entirely by the PNE. It's not coming from city funding or taxpayer dollars, and will be entirely repaid. And the business case is strong enough to support that, and is the business case actually stronger with the incremental features that are included?
Yes, so yes. Grace, you want to talk to the capital budget?
Grace Chang, Director of Long-Term Financial Strategy. This is correct. There's no funding coming from the property tax side of things. The entire thing is internally financed through the Capital Financing Fund with a payback period. So in the council report, we actually indicated that with the current assumptions, the overall loan, the base loan and the second loan together, it will be repaid within 11 years based on the assumptions the PNE executive provided throughout the process.
Okay, that's great. That's important to know because I know sometimes people see a number and it's not unique to us. We're seeing cost escalation across industry and across city projects. The other question I have, a couple of follow-ups, is what does it mean in terms of the ability for local arts, cultural community groups? I know access is an important philosophy for the PNE to have the additional features built in, like the sound stage, the sort of the system, the back of house, et cetera. And does that help them in terms of delivering more turnkey events, or what's the difference between, I guess, if they're trying to host an event now at the current amphitheater and how it will impact some of those smaller arts groups in the future?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Kirby Young. One of the main tenets of going into this project was to ensure that we had a turnkey type of venue that would have plug-and-play infrastructure and back-of-house amenities and all of the technical infrastructure required to allow community arts and culture groups to come through and perform, as well as the music industry. The music industry also, comes in pretty self-sufficient, but it's all the arts and culture and local community groups that don't have the ability and have been locked out of a number of venues across the Lower Mainland. So it has been a significant part of the planning to ensure that they do have access. It's a significant part of the business case to ensure that they have access. And, from the PNE's perspective, there is a difference between being revenue conscious and wanting to ensure that we meet all the needs of the business case versus being solely profit driven.
But
And it's important to us to make sure we provide access.
I guess in a nutshell, I'm sorry to jump in because they limit our time. But is it easier if I'm the small arts group? I don't have to rent and lug in all of my sound equipment, so I can just.
We will have the sound, we will have the lighting, we will have the stage rigging, we will have the back of house, the production houses, we will have all of the amenities that you need to be able to come in, plug and play, and use the venue.
Amazing, thank you. And then my other question is really sort of with respects to the uniqueness of the project, and I know, Ben, if you want to comment on this, or Shelley, and it's really around how unique is it? And is it correct this will be the largest clear span mass timber project in, I know we're hesitating, but saying
No.
in the world, or one of them? Like how unique a build is this, right?
It's absolutely the largest clear span wood roof in Canada. There is some discussion going on as well as to whether it might actually be the largest clear span roof in the world, but we would not say that out loud until that was confirmed. The part that's very important to us is that it is a BC story of BC engineering, BC wood, and just a great local story to be able to support our local sectors as well.
Okay, awesome. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby. Councillor Claassen.
Shelley, you probably want to come back to the voting. Thanks very much, Chair. So I'm very excited about this project as well. I've seen some of the renderings. I guess I have a couple of questions about more or less the on-the-ground experience a little bit. It is situated in arguably one of the most beautiful vista backdrops in the world.
Absolutely.
Is that going to be taken advantage of? I know that there are a few things between the site of the amphitheater and the shoreline, but how do we anticipate that's going to look from the audience perspective?
Thank you for asking that. As part of the design, we've been really pleased to work with the REFM team and the architects to do exactly that, ensure that it still remains an outdoor feel and that we're taking advantage of the Burrard Inlet and the North Shore Mountains. So the archways that you see are actually almost 6 stories high. So when you're sitting in that venue, you will be covered, but you will be sitting in an incredible vista where you have the mountains to the north, you have a festival plaza to the west, you have Playland to the east, and you have beautiful sanctuary to the south. One of the things that we do with that venue very often is combine it in a lot of complex ways with different areas of the site. So there will be numerous opportunities for people to be able to enjoy the daylighted stream that will sit next to it, the festival plaza that will get built out next to it in the next steps of development.
I'm old enough to remember Expo '86, and there was the Expo Theater was an outdoor actually a wood roof. It was quite beautiful. But I remember the challenges that they faced during some winter when we had a little bit of wind, we had a little bit of rain. And I just want to get a sense of how a number of us during FCM were able to go visit the Budweiser live stage on the shoreline of Lake Ontario. And they told us very clearly that they have a window of, well, it's Toronto weather, so they can only host programming there between basically May and the end of September or something like that. How do you think that we're going to be able to handle weather conditions there?
Yeah, I do firmly believe that our length of season will be extended. There may be some hesitation about coming out in a January or a February when it's cooler, but I firmly believe we're going to get 8 to 10 months of use out of the covered venue. And if you have questions just about, the roof or the maintenance of it, I would defer that question to the REFM team that are knee deep in the quality of that construction.
I can't claim to be an expert on the music, live music industry right now, but I do get a strong sense from talking to different stakeholders that there are kind of tiers of experience, including more of a premium experience. It's the huge, really the revenue generator, I think, for the industry right across the board. The industry has moved a long way since when you used to be able to buy a Rod Stewart ticket for $10, right? It's a lot more costly in some cases, but you get a fantastic experience. Are we thinking about that in terms of the development of this site?
We absolutely are, and we're balancing that against accessibility. So we want to make sure that we have very accessible tickets, but at the same time, the second phase and the purpose for the second loan was to build in certain amenities that would allow us to generate higher quality food and beverage experience, better VIP experiences, and take advantage of that incredibly growing trend of premium experiences that people are more than willing to pay for.
Excellent. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Kirby.
I'm happy to move the recommendations and speak to it.
Okay, so we need to still...
We do have speakers, don't we?
Yeah, we have
Oh,
speakers.
sorry, forgot that. Okay.
All right, so this is the end of the question from council. So we now will hear from the speakers on this item. The first speaker has withdrawn. The second speaker is Maria Massenden. Is Maria on the line? Oh, in person. Okay, please go ahead, Maria. Yes. Please come to the podium and you can speak whenever you are ready.
Oh,
God. Please go ahead whenever you are ready.
okay. Do councillors have what I emailed? You will see that the committee, the minutes weren't, as of February 2023, they weren't posted. May 19th, a hindrance to public information. I'm opposed to this. I feel, and many locals, and only me being here shows you that the local community does not know what's going on. And before council approves, we feel it's necessary that the city conduct an impact study. We've been asking this. There's a petition and it's been ignored. And the noise impact study, we're afraid that our property values will go down. What will our quality of life be like? The P&E has had open houses. I can poke holes into what they say. Reports are not in the public domain. We can't see. The reports at the amphitheater renewal project are not in the public domain. I had to file a Freedom of Information. I will know tomorrow if I get them or not. There's been such impediments, and I want to bring that the pennies the P&E bylaw, section 4112, notice of meeting, subsection A2 and subsection 12 are not adhered to, which seem to contradict the MPOP advisory committee group not operated as it should, which it is imperative for input. Hastings P&E board meeting leaves out details. They elaborate when everything's for them. When it's not, it's a report was given, a presentation was given. That's it. And also to the KPMG gave an opportunity for public input was high, but this has not been experienced as their recommendation transparency governance reviews appear to be lacking. You do not review the P&E. I want to bring council's attention to the lack of consultation with locals before this project was approved. All the speakers, almost all of them were from the music industry, no one from the locals. And the one that was from the local, he has a vested interest in the P&E. Also to your attention, for years, locals have been phoning, complaining, and the P&E staff told them that the noise bylaw did not apply to them. What kind of justice is this? And there's more to this. We had a consultant, noise consultant from New York. He went on and on about the state-of-the-art system. It was debunked when the speaker from the audience said, well, bands add their own sound system. It will override the state-of-the-art system.
Sorry, Maria, you're at time. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I've been wanting to speak for 2 years, and it's been hindered.
Yeah.
I only have 3 minutes, and you have to look at the P&E, your governance, and you ran on that platform, accountability and transparency.
Thanks, Maria. Thanks for speaking at council. Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Mark Schutt. Is Mark on the line?
Good morning.
Yeah, please go ahead, Mark. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm calling in regards to support of the Hastings Amphitheatre Master Plan Program. Circus West is a performing arts society. We have a school here at the PNE, and we also have performing artists that perform all over the city of Vancouver, BC, as well as across Canada. The concept of the amphitheatre project, thankfully we've been a part of the dialogue from sort of the initial plan. That partnership is incorporated into Circus West's 5-year strategic plan. Sort of the first test piece or pilot project of that plan was conducted this year, where we did our spring show performance in the Forum here at the PNE, and that was done in a performance pathway growth plan, so that when the amphitheater opens, we have the opportunity to be a partner in that project as a community group, with the concept of being potentially a residence type show opportunity, which would obviously expand our retention and community outreach as a performing arts group. So any questions in regards to community performance group, I'm happy to take, but we're looking forward to that development of that plan.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for speaking to council. The next speaker is Jacob Smith. Is Jacob on the line?
Yes, good.
Please go ahead, Jacob. You have 3 minutes.
Excellent. Hi, my name is Jacob Smith. I'm the COO of the MRG Group. We're a Canadian-owned and Canadian-headquartered national coast-to-coast experience company, which includes producing concerts and operating venues ourselves, including 2 venues in the city of Vancouver, the Vogue and the Biltmore, as well as a few other businesses. And we have our ownership has long roots in the city. we'd like, on behalf of the company, I'd like to support I'd like to encourage council to support the initiative. We do produce concerts and events in our own facilities as well as third-party facilities, and the fact that the city as well as the PNE is embarking on a project like this, which will create a world-class facility that is open to all promoters, big and small, independent and corporate, is a very exciting development. I think the additional, based on sort of what's been shared with us, the additional investment in terms of everything from back-of-house facilities to sound mitigation improvements as well as production resources are going to be a big differentiator when compared to certain other amphitheaters, and allow promoters such as ourselves and everybody else to bring in actually a wider variety of entertainment. There are a lot of tours that, yes, they do use their own equipment, but a lot of smaller and mid-size, 5 to 8,000 capacity touring artists do not carry all their equipment and utilize local or venue-based equipment. So I think investing the additional investment tied to that side of the project will definitely create more opportunities and sort of both from a cultural as well as an employment standpoint through increased show volume. Our company, through John Donnelly, has also been involved in the project for a long time. John, we entered into an agreement with John where he ran MRG events, and Donnelly and Associates were part of the MRG group at the time. So we're very familiar with the project and have a great partnership with the PNE, and look forward to continuing that in the future. And I think that this type of facility, especially with the increased operating time as well as the additional audience cover, is definitely sorely needed for Vancouver, and I think will be utilized not only by ourselves, but all the other cultural presenters in the city.
Okay, thank you, Jacob. Next speaker is Romy Lam. Is Romy on the line?
Hi, yes.
Okay, please go ahead, Romy.
Hello. So my name is Romy Lam, and for over my entire life, I've lived as a resident of the Hastings Sunrise area. And now I raised my family in this area where I grew up. And for years, I've been going to the PNE Playland and Hastings Park. And I have many, many PNE memories while growing up, and now I'm building new memories with my young daughter. So I'm here today to actually show my support for the PNE Amphitheater. Access to venues like this is essential for our neighborhood, provides options for residents that are easy and accessible. More than that, it builds up our community, our businesses, and the vibrancy of our neighborhood. Venues like the PNE Amphitheater will have a strong positive economic impact for our businesses in the area, bringing in new guests to the neighborhood. Without a draw like the amphitheater, my concern is that many of these businesses in the area will not survive. We've seen it happen through COVID, and now I believe this is a long-term impact on the community at large. And I really want to support those small local businesses in the area. And don't get me wrong, I recognize that last fall the number of concerts in the amphitheater had a significant negative impact for sound on the neighborhood. But the PNE has demonstrated that they've heard us and that they have taken action plans to reduce the impact of sound on the current venues. And the new plans that are in front of you include everything we have asked for to mitigate the sound, including a roof. They mentioned a built-in sound system and sound barriers. Without these inclusions, we make it harder for the PNE to meet the needs of the neighborhood. While I'm here as a resident, I also want to say that I've been working in the events industry for over 15 years, specifically in meetings and conventions industry, where we had a huge shortage of off-site venues like the PNE Amphitheater to showcase our city for groups coming into our region. We have a limited options for off-site and unique venues that make it very difficult for us to attract new groups and repeat groups to the area. As you can imagine, if you've been to the downtown area, when groups of 300 to 400 or even larger are looking for a venue aside from the convention center, there really is no option for them. So this adds, a huge opportunity for us for growth to bring in outside tourism and groups and conferences into the city. As a resident and as an event professional, a venue like the PNE Amphitheater is needed. And if we are going to do, if we're going to do, let's do it right, and let's make the most use out of it for the community and for the industry so that we can really truly support the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Romy. This is the end of our speakers list. Thanks everyone for speaking to council today. Would someone like to move a motion for report 4? Moved by Councillor Kirby, second by Councillor Montague. Council, is there any discussion? I saw Councillor Kirby. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to appreciate all the work that Shelley, and I see we have Karen here as well from the P&E team and our REFM, that's an acronym, have done on this project. It's a lot of work between costing something, and I really appreciate the fact that we're being bold and not underbuilding this facility, because one of the concerns that I have sometimes is that when we are budget constrained, I've seen this with community centers and otherwise, is these projects take a number of years to land in terms of the will and the timing and the funding and the economic conditions and all of those pieces. And then sometimes, you know, when costs get tricky or escalate, and that's the environment that we're in, like economically and globally, then we see sometimes some pulling back. And I'm really appreciative that we're not doing that here, because we're trying to build a facility that's really going to deliver an amazing experience. And we're not going to say, oh, well, we can save some money here and then we'll add some things in later on. And I think that there was a real philosophy, so kudos to the management team on that one. And the city staff, I think, working in partnership, that there was a recognition that that was really important to deliver the kind of facility I think that Vancouverites deserve and expect. And I think, as was noted by one of my council colleagues, when you are watching a concert in the summer at the P&E, and it's that time of day, and the sun's sort of starting to come down, and you can see the North Shore Mountains in the background, and you have one of those nostalgic bands, or maybe it's something more modern, there isn't an experience that's like that. And I think that Vancouver really deserves it. It's really exciting. The schedule is anticipating aiming to complete this for 2026. And it has been a long time coming, and it's going to be, I think, phenomenal. The concerns of the neighborhood are deeply important. I can attest, having been in the chair role for, I guess, sort of 4 or 5 months now, maybe 6, that there is ongoing diligent conversation with respects to sound mitigation. And that's also, I think, one of the key components in terms of the project budget and the investment. And as the CEO mentioned, that this is actually a better sound mitigation strategy than the current facility, right? Which can potentially bleed some sound. And so there's a lot that's done depending today to be sort of considerate of the neighborhood, depending upon the type of bands and, you know, timing, when their shows are held and all that, that requires a lot of manual oversight, to be honest. And I think that modernizing the facility and bringing in the sound engineers and looking at the sound mitigation is a really important part of the build as well. So it's not just sort of the front of house experience, it's that back of house capability that's really important. So I couldn't be more excited. And I will say that hopefully that will not happen to the mics in our new venue. And I will say that I think it's going to be an incredibly amazing addition, and I think a great catalyst for redeveloping the P&E site, which has incredible potential, I think, to be a real entertainment destination in our city. And I'm actually really excited about advancing those conversations. So thank you, and thanks to everybody for all the work.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby. Seeing no other councillors on the queue, I'm now going to call the vote. So reminder that any council member whose video is disabled will be marked absent for the vote. Clerk, can you take us to the voting panel? And council, please register your vote. Okay, this motion does pass unanimously with Councillor Fry absent. All right, thank you. That concludes report 4 on the agenda. Thanks, everyone. Okay, now we are going to the council members' motion. We have 2 council members' motion on the agenda today. A1 is a request for leave of absence as follows. Councillor Meissner for personal reason on July 25th, 2023 from 5 p.m. onwards. Councillor Bligh for civic business on September 12th to September 14th, 2023. Is there a mover for this motion? Moved by Councillor Claassen, seconded by Councillor Meissner. Okay, all those in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. This motion carries unanimously. Motion, second item on the agenda is motion A2, ensuring a net increase in dignified supportive housing units by renewing lease and finding new site for temporary modular housing while supportive housing is built. This is moved and introduced by Councillor Boyle. Okay, so I would like to remind Council that in accordance to the updates to the procedure bylaw that were in act on May 10th, 2023, Council member may not ask question to the mover. Councillor Boyle, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Please go ahead.
Thanks so much, Chair. Did we just lose quorum?
Oh, you're right. No, actually, we have Councillor Bligh on the line.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, that was weird. So as Council knows, there are a number, hundreds of temporary modular housing units whose leases will come up for renewal within our council term. And also, as Council knows, and as we hear often from the public, homelessness is a huge challenge in Vancouver, and it's bad for all of us. It's bad for our neighbors who are homeless. It shortens life expectancy, increases risks of all sorts of health issues. It's hard on family members knowing your child or your parent is sleeping outside with nowhere safe to go. And of course, it is bad for business, for tourism, and homelessness costs more to manage than it costs to provide supportive housing. The temporary modular housing units that we have in Vancouver are good, safe, dignified housing with mini kitchens and washroom facilities. It's really important that we protect this good housing while we're building permanent supportive housing across the city and across the region and province as well. Letting any of these leases expire would see more people out on the street or in encampments, and we can't afford to lose any units while we work with senior levels of government on big long-term solutions that we need as well. They're all pieces of the puzzle. We need to be able to do all of these things at once, and the asks in this motion are part of making sure the problem doesn't get worse and that we're supporting those most struggling in Vancouver while we work together on long-term solutions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. You are right on time. Thank you. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Second by Councillor Carr. We will now hear from the speakers on this motion. So, Speaker, you have up to 3 minutes to speak to Council. And Council, as a reminder, you do not have an opportunity to ask registered speakers questions. So, we're going to hear the first speakers on the list. Jean Swanson. Is Jean on the line?
Speaker number 1 is not on the line. Oh, just wait 1 moment. Yes, she's joined.
Please go ahead, Jean.
Vancouver resident. I support the motion. I want to speak directly to the arguments I've heard from the city for why you shouldn't find land for the temporary modular housing units. We have at least 3,100 homeless people in Vancouver. This is based on the no fixed address supplements from the Welfare Ministry, and 84% of them are from Vancouver, according to the last homeless count. We're losing hundreds of units of SROs to fires, closures, and rent increases. Temporary modular housing is not temporary. The land is temporary, but the buildings can last for decades. We already lost 46 modulars at Little Mountain. We're in the process of losing 98 more at Larwell. All of the city's reports about homelessness accurately call it a humanitarian crisis. Argument 1, Vancouver has more than its share of supportive housing. Response, it is Vancouver residents who are homeless and deserve to be housed in a place where they have friends and supports. I'm sure Burnaby wouldn't appreciate being told by Vancouver, here are 98 units for Larwell and we're sending 98 of our homeless folks over too. Argument 2, the temporary modules will take up space that could be used for permanent social housing. Response, temporary modules can be permanent when we provide land for them. We need all of them plus new supportive housing to reduce homelessness. Argument 3, Vancouver doesn't have available land. Response, Vancouver owns a lot of land next to the Cambie Bridge, around Main and Terminal, the 150 Easy Park parking lots. If the city really wants to treat homelessness as a humanitarian crisis, it can find land. Land for new shelter rate housing and land for permanent modules that can be moved from Larwell and other places. Plus, getting homeless people into housing literally saves thousands of tax dollars a year. The existing modules are nice, dignified housing. People like living in them. They're way better than the 90 washroomless modules being built at Terminal and Ash, and way better than Shelter or the Street. Those 750 temporary modulars that we have are keeping 750 people off the streets. If we lose them and the SROs and build out all the shelter rate housing in the works, by 2030 we'll have at least 1,000 more homeless people than we have now. That won't help business or tourism or swagger or the people living on the street. And of course, the easiest thing to do would be to extend the existing leases. So instead of conjuring up reasons not to do these things, I hope you'll find the political will to save the desperately needed modular housing for Vancouver's houseless residents.
Thank you, Jean. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. The second speaker is Michael Pollack. Is Michael here in person? Yeah. Please go ahead when you are ready.
Can I ask a question before I begin?
I don't think you're not allowed to ask questions.
I mean, just like about my introduction. Does the 3 minutes include who I am?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. My name is Michael Pollack. I'm the chairperson of the Vancouver and District Labour Council Municipal Affairs and Housing Committee. I'm also a table officer on the VDLC and the RVP, Regional Vice President for Western Canada of the Union of Veterans Affairs Employees of the Public Service Alliance of Canada. I'm a Vancouver resident living in the downtown border of the West End and Cole Harbour. I'm standing before you today in support of Council Members Motion A2. After hearing from our members, the community, and our allies living and working in Vancouver, I stand before you today to address this urgent issue, our city's housing crisis. Today, over 2,200 people in Vancouver, some including our members and our neighbors, lack a place they can call home. We're not here to dwell on this problem, but to discuss a practical, cost-effective, and sustainable solution: modular housing. Today's housing market presents a formidable challenge to many Vancouverites. As of July 2023, the average rent for a one-bedroom apartment is $2,803, while a family in Vancouver has an average monthly net salary after tax of $6,000. However, a significant portion of our population spends well over 50% of their income on housing. This is not sustainable, and we must act now. Modular housing offers a streamlined construction process that reduces costs, time, and community disruption. But the benefits extend beyond the affordable sticker price. Modular homes' temporary nature allows us to respond rapidly to evolving housing needs. However, the temporary nature of these homes presents a challenge. Currently, temporary modular homes in our city have a lease term limit of up to 10 years. Councillor Boyle and many others, including us, see this limit as a potential threat to our housing supply, particularly with over 750 units having their leases expiring between 2024 and 2028. To address this, we support Councillor Boyle's motion to renew or extend existing leases and reevaluate the 10-year limit set by the city's zoning and development bylaws. Furthermore, modular housing is providing a holistic solution that equips residents with life skills training, health and social services, 2 meals a day, and opportunities to engage with their community. A BC Housing survey revealed that 80% of residents reported improved overall well-being since moving into a temporary modular housing. Positive community interactions were experienced by 82% of the residents, and nearly all 94% remain housed 6 months after moving in. Honorable Standing Committee members, the housing crisis requires immediate and impactful action, and I request that you support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. The next speaker is Kay Hackins. please come to the podium. Thank you. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Kay Higgins. I've been resident in Vancouver since 1982, so I guess you could say I'm from here now. And I've watched the changes in the city, including the increase in unhoused people. During much of the time that I've lived here, I've worked in or with artist-run arts organizations in and around Gastown, the Victory Square area, Chinatown, and the Hastings Street area of the downtown east side, and tried to be a good neighbor. And in so doing, have come to know a lot of unhoused people, their health challenges, including mental health, but not limited to that, which are exacerbated by their situation. I'm speaking in favor of this motion. I'm strongly in favor of it, mainly because while we don't have the grand solutions in place for housing everybody, we do have opportunities to at least not enable further harm, which I believe is what's going to happen if these leases are permitted to expire, and people are really forced into being unhoused again. I believe the analysis is correct that's set out in this motion in terms of the numbers, in terms of the consequences. And I implore you to not only vote for this motion and study the ways to extend the leases, but to use all the levers of policy that you have at your disposal to, as I said, at the very least, not enable further harm. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kay. Thank you for speaking to council. The next speaker is number 4, Penny Street. Is Penny on the line? Please go ahead, Penny. You have 3 minutes. Penny Street. Is Penny?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead, Penny. You have 3 minutes. Penny Street. Is Penny?
Oh, okay. Hi, I live in East Vancouver near Commercial Drive, and I'm speaking in support of this motion. All over the city, there's a surprising increase in the number of homeless and distraught people. In order for these people to have a hope of sorting their lives out, they need dignified housing they can afford and that provides supportive services. The tenants of Laurel Place, on the site where the new art gallery will go, already have that sort of housing. Each of the 98 units has a bathroom, a kitchen, and a lockable door. If I were homeless, this is what I would want. People deserve units that allow them dignity, safety, and security. The Laurel Place people are being evicted and are being relocated into permanent supportive housing. These people already have supportive housing and have formed a cohesive community, and they are going to be scattered and given permanent supportive housing elsewhere. They will then be occupying 98 units that could have been provided to 98 of the other unfortunate homeless people we now see on our streets. I'm concerned about this, about the end of this and potentially other temporary modular housing leases. Everyone I've talked to in my community shares my concern. Our homelessness problem is severe, and if we don't act today to extend these leases and identify new modular housing sites and extend timelines, it is going to get even worse. Why are these 98 units going into storage? Where are they being stored? How much will it cost to disassemble them and move them to storage? How much will the storage cost? I suggest you identify city-owned sites where these units can go and then move them to new sites, not into storage. There were also 46 units of modular housing on the Little Mountain site that were moved to storage, I think, a couple of years ago. I suggest you get those 46 units out of storage and make use of them. That storage is costing us but is not providing housing for anyone. I suggest that you commit to keeping all the modular housing units that we have and identifying permanent places to put them. One site that might accommodate 30 or so modular housing units is on the city-owned parking lot at Commercial and Venables behind the Kettle Friendship Society. The Kettle needs supportive housing. There's also the long empty lot on the southwest corner of Hastings and Commercial that could accommodate around 50 units. There must also be sites on the west side of town. There is no temporary modular housing west of Oak Street. Anyway, please extend the Larwell Place lease for 1 more year and use that time to find another site to move it to. We cannot afford to lose a single unit of truly affordable supportive housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. The next one is Nan Gregory. Is Nan here in person?
Speaker 5 is not in the chamber.
Okay, and he's not online either.
No.
Okay, so we're gonna come back to the list later. Right. Okay, so the next one is number 6, Dave Ham. Is Dave here in person?
Speaker 6 is not in the chamber or on the line.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna come back later. Number 7 is Ariel Marion.
No, not in the chamber, not on the line.
Number 8, Nathan Crompton.
Again, no.
Okay. Number 9, Simona Marsh.
No.
Number 10, Jessica Ashley.
No.
Thank you. Number 11, Molly Beatrice.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm here.
Please go ahead, Molly. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Molly Beatrice. I'm an organizer with Stop Sweeps, and I'm a resident of South Granville. This is to Ken Sim. I want to ask you what the weather was at 3:30 a.m. on April 6th. I want to know if any of the councillors know. And I want to know if anybody who is voting on this motion knows what the weather was. It was rain. But I imagine that none of you could recall because you slept that night at home, where presumably you have a roof, a bed, sheets, blankets, perhaps your spouse, your kids, your dogs. None of you, not even your dogs, slept that night outside. On the night of the April 5th decampment, the April 6th decampment, or the 98 days of continuing enforcement decamping anyone in the streets of Vancouver that puts up a tent or even an umbrella. I am not phoning in to talk about the illegal and charter-violating actions taken by the City of Vancouver on April 5th. No, I am here to talk about every night since that day, to tell you that the citizens you decamped were left in the pouring rain night after night after night. The people you decamped pulled tarps over their heads and sat on the cement. The people you decamped walked through the night trying to find any dry bench possible. What keeps me up at night is the people I have not found since that night. Decampment kills, Mr. Sim. SRO fires kill. Evictions kill. Unlivable conditions kill. Police brutality kills. Mayors and municipal governments have no business in killing. Yet here you are making decisions that kill. And now a motion stands before you to ensure that your city does not continue to suffer a loss in housing. A motion that could begin to address the unfathomable harm to our most vulnerable that you and your councillors are responsible for. I urge you to do the right thing. I would like to conclude with a statement from your oath of office, Mr. Sim. I will be accountable for the decisions that I make. Protecting livable housing is the bare minimum in beginning to take accountability for your decisions. A vote for this motion is a vote for the lives and safety of your citizens. A vote against is the death of our most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Number 12 has withdrawn. So number 13, Zoe Nagar. Sorry to mispronounce your name. Please go ahead.
Can I be here?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, awesome. Hi, my name is Zoe Niagara, and I'm a resident of the Mount Pleasant neighborhood, so I live in Vancouver, and I'm here to show my support for this motion. I frankly cannot understand why we're removing any housing from a city in a housing crisis. In the case of somewhere like Larwell Place, where people are looking to replace housing with an art gallery in a housing crisis, feels entirely unhinged, if I'm being frank. If this motion does not pass, I feel like I will personally mail every council member a dictionary with the word crisis underlined, because I'm starting to believe that you don't understand what that means. It means people are dying. It means that people are in the streets. It means that this is a dire circumstance. And to remove housing that we already have seems like just completely bonkers. Yeah, I really hope that this motion passes. I really implore you all to really think about this and why people are asking for this and why people are turning up and speaking in favor of this motion, and to actually hear the voices of the people who live in the city. And that's what I have to say.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Zoe. So that's the end of the speakers list. We're gonna go back to the one we missed. Number 5, Nan Gregory. Is 9 on the line?
No.
Okay, thank you. Number 6, David Ham. Is Dave on the line?
No.
Okay. Number 7, Ariel Marion. Is Ariel on the line?
No.
Number 8, Nathan Crompton. Is Nathan on the line?
No.
Number 9, Simona Marsh. Is Simona on the line?
No.
Number 10, Jessica Ashley. Is Jessica on the line?
One moment, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so clerk just inform us speaker number 7 is on the line now. So Ariel Marion, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Oh, I mean, sorry, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is my name is Ariel Marion. It's not Ariel like you talk about it. Anyways, it's not fair that you guys are closing down these modular houses because we need them. We need there's 3,000 people that need these housings, and you're building an art gallery for this. It's not fair. Like, why are you spending millions and millions and millions of dollars to provide a new freaking art gallery when we already have an art gallery and there's like 3,000 people that need that housing? Like, if you guys approve this, you guys are mental. Oh, yeah, okay. Approve it. Sorry. It's just. Sorry. Approve it. My mind's kind of. Yeah, but we need those housings. We can't afford to get a new art gallery. We need more housing. So invest that money that you're putting towards an art gallery, invest it towards more housing. That's all I have to say, and it's just more housing, for those 3,000 people that are homeless.
Okay, thank you, Ariel. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. Now we have Jessica Ashley on the line. So Jessica, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I want to speak in support of this motion. I want to be clear
that it would be yet another act of city-sanctioned murder to choose to dismantle existing units of shelter rate housing while there are thousands that are homeless in this city. So though this council only bought its way into power less than a year ago, you've made it your mission to make the poor disappear from the streets of the city. We saw this happen in April when dozens of city workers and police destroyed the homes and belongings of those that were living in the Hastings tent city. And you knew fully well, we know that you knew fully well, that only 6 shelter beds were available that morning across the city, while more than 120 people were living on Hastings. Meanwhile, you've chosen to continue to line the pockets of developers, returning over $3.8 million
Point of order, Chair.
that was earmarked
Point of order.
for social housing
Sorry, Jessica.
and could have been used to find a new site and relocate the 98 units at Larval
Chair.
Place and house the residents in
Sorry,
the city
Jessica.
who
There's a
currently have
point of
nowhere to
order on the
go.
floor. So sorry to interrupt you. There's a point of order on the floor. Councillor Meissner, please go ahead.
I believe the speaker is impugning the motives of council members in terms of comments around developers.
Yeah, so Jessica, please just be aware of the language here. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, I'll just repeat that then. So I think that this council is continuing to return money to developers and line their pockets and continue to make sure that those are the priorities in this city rather than housing those who have nowhere currently to live. Because that money that was returned to developers could have been used to find a new site and relocate the current 98 units at Larval Place and actually house residents in the city who currently have nowhere to go and are being chased from park to park by your employees who you're continuing to pay to pursue people across the city, to steal their belongings, and to kick them out of any place that they try to put a tent down for the night. So if you choose to vote against this motion, you will continue to be remembered as a council that shotgun beers and lounged on yachts while the poor died in the streets. Because we know while the city continues to be claims to be building more units of housing, so much of the housing is currently being lost. And these current units, there's over 750 units of modular housing across the city that is currently on the chopping block. And if you continue to lose these units of housing, we're going to see a net loss of housing across the city. So shame on this council for continuing to claim that they are providing the necessary housing when what they're doing is continuing to put money into the ongoing cyclical displacement of the poor in the city.
Okay, thank you, Jessica.
Hi.
Oh, do you have more to say? Okay, thank you, Jessica.
Chair,
do we have others on the line?
Can I move to extend past 12 to finish this item? Maybe the whole meeting is our last item?
Yes.
Yeah, but there's a tour at 12:30, so we have to be there. Okay, Councillor Kirby, Councillor Bligh.
Just to say, I would hope we could do it relatively quickly and still, I know folks have another event tour, but if we can move through it relatively quickly, the speakers are almost done, then we're not reconvening after that tour. So that's what I'm proposing.
Okay. We have 2 more speakers on the line now, so let's just have an extension past 12. Finish all the speakers.
Can I speak to
Yes.
a motion?
Councillor Kirby, please.
Yeah, normally I would absolutely want to extend, but I'd be looking for kind of the will of council because the meeting time for the transit tour that I believe 5 councillors are on is at 12:20. And there's no way that we will make it if we don't leave now. So I'm willing to forego the meeting or the tour necessarily, although I think that would be unfortunate for TransLink to miss half of it. But I just wanted to say that maybe it would be great to get an indication of interest from those councillors that are going. I know others may have calls and commitments as well. So I don't think it's a lack of desire to continue. I think that we have some commitments that will impact other people. And so I just want to raise that so people have a chance to weigh in before we decide.
Yeah. Okay, so I suggest we have 2 more speakers on the line. Finish the speakers and then come back here at 2. to finish the discussion because we have a council meeting right after this standing committee meeting.
Chair, respectfully, I think we either finish the item or we conclude at 12, because if we do 2 more speakers, we will be late. There will be half a council late for the tour. So I think it's either a go for it or don't do it conversation.
Okay, so a seconder to this motion? Second by Councillor Carr. And so, the decision here is we finish at 12, and then we're going to reconvene at 2 p.m.
That's not what was proposed by Councillor Boyle.
I put a motion on the floor which was seconded to extend to finish the meeting. Let's just vote. We can gauge an opinion on that and go from there. We just vote on that motion.
Okay, so let's vote this one first. So the motion on the floor is we can finish this item.
We can
finish the.
It's 10 past 12 to finish this item.
No?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We need a seconder for this motion. Seconded by Councillor Carr. Yeah.
Point of order. We have a. We might just.
List.
Okay, so Councillor Kirby on. Councillor Dominado. Oops.
That commitment.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Dominado. So we need to call vote. All in favor say yeah. Oppose say nay. Okay. Okay, so we have to do a recorded note because of the opposition on the floor. So clerk, please take us to the voting panel, please. Councillor Bligh. Okay, so this motion failed with Councillor Zhou, Councillor Kirby, Councillor Dominado, Montague, Claassen, myself, and Mayor Sin in opposition. Okay, so do we have other motion on the floor? Councillor Kirby, your? Okay, so now we are done. So we're going to be back at 2 p.m. Thanks, everyone.
No, you don't need to. You're going to be back at 2. Yep. Oh, 18 p.m.?
It's from last night.
Yeah.
It's confusing. Oh, I have to go there. Okay, so Leslie, there are 2 speakers, right? 2 speakers, okay. Okay, yeah, I'll make a note. Okay.
We'll see if they're back.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference, enter your access.
Hello.
Hi, Olivia. Can you hear me?
Yep, all good.
Awesome. Great. Thank you.
Thanks, bye.
That was online. Cool.
It all worked out.
Yeah. Good we had her there.
Yeah. No.
Anybody?
Thanks
You
for
were on
the
the
heads
cruise?
up.
I was not. Oh, you were not on the cruise.
Oh, okay.
Super.
Is there? Are we? Hi, Councillor Meisner. Can you hear us okay in the chamber?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Great. We can hear you just fine as well.
Great.
Okay, perfect. You want me to turn it down a bit? It's perfect? Okay.
This is Councillor Boyle. Do you have a sense of when we're starting?
Hi, Councillor Boyle. It's the clerk here. We're just getting quorum together, and so it should be just a few more minutes.
Okay, great. Thanks. Clerks, this is Councillor Boyle again. I have one more question, which is I'm wondering if we still have any speakers on the line.
Hi, Councillor Boyle. Yes, we have speakers in the chamber.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, sure, let's do it.
Hi, Councillor Boyle. We're about to get started if you want to turn your camera on.
All right, we have the quorum. Okay, so let's, welcome back to the council meeting on this July 12th, 2023. Do we still have quorum, clerk? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna continue with our speakers. So now is speaker number 6, Dave Ham. Is David here in the chamber? Hi, Dave. Hi, thanks for coming. So you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I'm speaking in favor, of course, of supporting this motion. I'd like to put it to the councillors about why they got involved in politics. What was your intent? Like, you're here to help people, or you're here to help business interests? Housing should not be a commodity, okay? It's a universal right underneath UN and Charter of Rights of Canada and stuff like that, right? So when it comes to the mandate that is set before all levels of government, is to look after their people first, right? It's supposed to become before beautification, before other things that are not essential to people surviving and living, which housing is, has been pointed out in the preamble to this motion, right? So I put it to people, whether you're here to help people or whether you're here to help business interests and fuel this crazy real estate wealth program, right? That's what's happening, right? Wealth is being put before people, and I don't know, I find it kind of silly that people can't see what priorities should be, right? And that too. So we've been fighting for housing for years and years at Vandu. I've been on the board of directors for 14 years there now, and I just was going through some papers that we were fighting a bylaw ticket about vending, and in there came a lot about housing, and the judge's ruling in that too. So you can expect to hear more about that in the future from us. But at this time, I really implore and advise people that if you want people to support you, you should support the people.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you for speaking to council. The next one is number 8, Nathan Crompton. Is Nathan here in the chamber? Okay, thanks, Nathan. Yeah, you can speak whenever you're ready.
Thanks. I didn't get a chance to write anything, but I'll do my best in 3 minutes. When the modulars were started back in mid to 20-teens, it was already proposed as a kind of stopgap, already a temporary admission that housing wasn't getting built fast enough. The idea was a defeat, but it was also a temporary attempt to actually do something. To now scale back on that minimum plan is alarming and concerning. One of the lines that I'm hearing is that this council maybe supports more long-term, more permanent solutions, which is great. And if that's in fact the case, it seems that maybe you're worried about people being homeless. So if that's also the case, you would keep these open at least until those permanent solutions are available. If we're to take you at your word that permanent is better than temporary, then show us that you care about the underlying reason for that, which is homelessness. Keep these open until you've got the permanent. The thing is, it's a bit of a calling of a bluff, because fact is, council's already gestured to saying Vancouver has too many modulars, Vancouver has too many low income, it should go somewhere else. The fact is, every single city, Maple Ridge, Surrey, whatever city has this problem. Vancouver's is the largest problem, but to pretend that the problem is smaller than every city is a huge mistake from a policy perspective, and it's disingenuous. The motion itself outlines the amount of permanent housing that's going to get built in the next 10 years, which is roughly 1,000. Vancouver has 3,000 at least homeless people. The math is rather straightforward. If you're interested in even making a dent in that 3,000, you would keep these open. The thing is, 3,000 is an underestimate. 800 is how many modulars there are. 1,000 is how much coming in 10 years. So the gap is enormous. I don't claim to be a mathematician, but I guess the math is pretty straightforward. I see Larwell getting shut down. It's good quality housing compared to the SROs. The SROs are worse than the modulars. The work camp housing is worse than the SROs. Tent cities is worse than the SROs. The thing is, if you don't actually recognize the scale of the problems spanning not just those, but the entire rental market and the entire housing market, not just in the downtown east side, not just in Vancouver, you recognize that you would actually need to stop displacement across the whole city.
Sorry, Nathan. Sorry to interrupt you. You are 20 seconds over already.
Just to have this net zero, you would need to stop displacement.
Okay.
So maybe to show that you want to stop displacement, at least keep the modulars open, at least. But the thing is, the scale of the problem is a lot bigger than that. So you shouldn't worry that this is going to be some revolutionary decision, because it's not.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thanks
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you for speaking at council. Okay, number 9, Simona Marsh. Is Simona here? Hi, Simona. Yeah, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. You know, there are 800 places that are going to be closed down. There's already too many people living in tents and tent cities, but you guys just close those down too. So, like, if they're not going to have adequate places for them to go, then, like, why would you shut it down until they have adequate places for them to go? Every year, I see more and more people getting sick from being outside. They don't have proper bathrooms or kitchen units. Closing the Larwell place is displacing nearly 100 residents, only after 5 years of it being opened. Like, I know SROs has been open way longer than that, but you're not closing them down. I think you should be looking at keeping these open longer and getting rid of the bad places where people don't want to stay anyways. So even though they have them, they're still staying outside, which makes the homeless rate more. They need some place to go before you can start taking away their home. Because the home is really important. Because, you know, you say, we don't want to see drug use. Well, if they had a home, you wouldn't see it. Right? Because they'd have somewhere to go. So to bring down cops wouldn't have as much trouble if they had places to go. So, I mean, just all along in the whole scheme of things is if you have a place, then things get a lot easier. So, I know I'm at 3 times, but I'm done.
Thank you, Simona. Thank you for speaking at council. Now I'm going to go back to the beginning of the list one more time to see if anyone is in the chamber or on the line. Number 5, we're missing Nan Gregory. Is Nan Gregory in the chamber or on the line?
Speaker number 5 is not on the line.
Okay, so then I guess that concludes everyone on the speakers list. Sorry, what's your name? Oh, you spoke already in the morning, right? No, sorry, it's not allowed by the procedure bylaw. You already spoke once in the chamber in the morning. Yeah, you are well heard by everyone in the chamber. Thank you. Okay, so this is the end of our speakers list. Thanks everyone for speaking to council today. Council, is there any discussion? Thank you. Yeah.
Chair, this is Councillor Boyle. Can you add me to the speakers list?
Yes, we can definitely do that. Perfect. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead. Councillor Boyle, can you?
Thanks.
Okay, go.
Yes, sorry about that. Thanks. I wanted to say thank you to the speakers and as well remind council of some of the email correspondence that we've gotten, including from the team at Lookout, who are one of the largest social housing providers in the region, and many other voices reminding us that while we build permanent social housing across the city and the region and the province, it's imperative that we protect the good, safe, dignified units that we have at the same time. And as I said in the introduction of this motion, a number of these temporary modular housing leases come up during our term in government. I think it's really an important signal that we send to residents in these buildings, to housing providers, and to senior levels of government that we are committed to doing everything within our jurisdiction as good partners in truly tackling the housing crisis, the homelessness crisis at the scale needed, and renewing these leases, being proactive about that, as well as looking to extend the limit on leases where we don't have senior government support yet for permanent housing, and looking for new sites where possible. These are all pieces squarely within our jurisdiction. They are also, quite frankly, the simplest, the least time consuming, and the least expensive options that we can provide. This is land and housing that already exists, that people are calling home, and it's our job to protect it, to keep it in place until there's permanent options available. I will leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Meisner.
Thanks very much, Chair. I had a question through you to the city manager, if I may.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I understand, and I've asked this question many times in the past few months about the feasibility of relocating these temporary modular buildings, looking for costs and available sites. And I understand based on those answers from city staff is that there really is a lack of suitable sites. But I was hoping to get some more information on the relocation that took place with East 37th Avenue, TMH. I understand that it was quite cost prohibitive to disassemble and relocate it and set up the TMH on another temporary site. So just hoping the city manager can elaborate on the feasibility of doing that.
Thanks, Chair, through you. So yes, there's been to this point one project that has been disassembled and relocated from the Little Mountain site. That was a relatively short-term lease that was negotiated with the private landowner there to enable the placement of the temporary modular housing in the first place. Ultimately, these are BC Housing's buildings. So the costs associated with disassembling them, moving them, or reassembling them, those are borne by BC Housing, and those financial decisions are their decisions, not the city. The city does not own these buildings. Our role in this project has been enabling sites, both through negotiating with private landowners as well as in many cases making city land available. So that's been the city's contribution to them. I would have to follow up with you, Councillor, or through the chair, on the specific costs, and those may have changed over time. That was now a number of years ago that the costing was done for the Little Mountain site, but at the time it was orders of magnitude more than BC Housing had anticipated when we started this program. At that time, it was expected that we would be able to relocate these buildings for a relatively modest cost, a couple of $1 million. When they once the buildings were constructed and they went back to their contractors and looked at it again, the costs were way higher. So I would have to follow up to get you a current estimate on that. That the motion as framed does call for a report back on that, so I would see that as being consistent with the motion as well if council decides to pass it.
Okay, thank you very much. Just one more question through the chair. Wondering given all that, those escalating costs, what sort of indications, if any, have staff received from BC Housing on their willingness to fund the relocation of these TMH buildings?
Thanks for the question through the chair. Yeah, the last indication that I have received in just conversations with BC Housing was that they do not believe that it's cost feasible to relocate for short term, i.e. 5 years. They had indicated that they would be looking for 10 years plus in terms of making the business case work for this. Again, that's an issue that we can take up with them again to see whether there's been any kind of further evaluation done. But at that time, that's what they had indicated. In order to make this work, they're looking for longer term leases.
Okay. And what about through the chair, apologies, the suitability of sites? Are there suitable sites around Vancouver to relocate these to?
Yeah, that is a real challenge. And again, this is one of the things that the motion calls for as a report back. So happy to follow up with more detail. The constraints for relocating these buildings are actually quite significant. And it was very difficult to find sites in the first instance for the projects. When the Little Mountain building closed at that time, there were no suitable sites that we could come up with, either from private landlords or city land. And there are zoning conditions here as well. So that's something we can report back on, that our team continues to do a lot of work looking for sites for affordable housing, whether it be for temporary, modular, or permanent. But again, if council decides to endorse the motion, that would be part of the report back.
Okay, thanks very much. That's it for me.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. I just want to start by thanking Councillor Boyle for bringing this forward. I think this is an incredibly important issue because homelessness is an incredibly important issue in Vancouver. So thanks to the speakers as well for coming to speak and really focusing on the cogent points here, which is we need housing, we need more of it, we need to keep in place what is already there and making sure we don't diminish the amount that we have. So I really appreciate that. I was on council when Larwell Park opened, so I got a tour right off the bat. It's fabulous housing. I mean, it's beautifully designed, and I can see since then there's also been community that's grown in terms of the residents. So I can see the real concern about the loss of that, and that's why I am supporting this motion, supporting it in terms of the particular call in this motion to extend leases beyond the 10 years. I think that's a smart idea. Not every site might be able to do that, but there is absolutely no harm in asking and seeing if we can't find some of those sites that have this kind of housing stay in place for longer. And we will push at the senior government's levels to partner with the city and with nonprofit societies as well in terms of building more housing, because that's the only way we're going to get ourselves out of the emergency that we are in around housing. So I support all the calls in this motion, including no net loss of the temporary modular housing. I really like the temporary modular housing for another reason as well. I think that it is a much more affordable building style. I was in the Prairie Provinces at a union, Federation of Canadian Municipalities meeting where they toured us. This was a good 11, 12 years ago of temporary modular housing that was being produced. So it was being produced with Canadian wood by Canadian workers. So it created jobs and a thriving economy at the same time. It was never called temporary modular housing, which is modular housing, as it wasn't temporary. It was on land and it was built to last. It's just that it was built in a factory in terms of modular pieces. And so it is cheaper to construct, but it's by no means a substandard in terms of the quality of the housing that is produced. So I'm just hopeful that that council will see it to supporting this, because we can't decrease the amount of housing. We need to increase it.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby.
Sorry, microphone. Yeah, thanks, Chair. I wonder if I could ask a couple of points of quick information through you.
Yep.
And that is to the city manager, just a couple of clarification points in terms of, I think everybody's sharing the same concerns around trying to increase the number of units and looking after everybody. But in terms of allaying in sort of any fears or concerns, am I correct that it's BC Housing's responsibility to relocate anybody when a temporary modular housing lease comes up and they cannot begin, we wouldn't begin any development on a site until people have been relocated into a good home?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct, that BC Housing does plan. These are folks that they support. Obviously, this whole program is contemplated that these buildings are temporary. And so from the outset, there has been an expectation of needs for tenant relocation as more permanent housing comes on stream. That has been part of the program designed from the outset. So yes, that is what BC Housing is doing.
Okay, and so in the case of Larwell Park, because I know that has been one that's just current in the moment, there's a lot of conversation, so those tenants are being relocated?
Yes, there are relocation plans for the tenants at the Larwell Park project.
Okay, and then a follow-up further question, if I might, and sort of to the comments around I think millions of dollars it's estimating it could cost to move these and reconfigure. They may need to be reconfigured to not work on new sites. Sort of general analysis, not looking for metrics, but generally speaking, as these leases come up, and I believe they come up at different times, so it's not like they're all going to come and all of a sudden we would lose those units. But is it correct that there's more possibility to deliver a greater net new number of units and develop more homes if we intensify development on the site versus the modular configuration today if we just move one of the existing ones? Because you got like 98 in one, 46 versus the number of units you could build on a site?
Thanks to the chair. Yeah, the deployment of the individual sites it is a bit of a case by case. So in the case of Larwell Park, obviously that project or that site or land had been designated for a different purpose from the outset. In some cases, these are private lands that these buildings are situated on. So those will be redeveloped by the developers, and this is a temporary kind of measure that they've agreed to. In the case of city land, there may be some cases where it is feasible that there are no development plans to extend leases, and that's certainly something that we would have been recommending to council in any event. If there is no plan or no alternate deployment of the site in the short term, that's better. In terms of looking at other parcels of city land, which is kind of, I think, partially what's in consideration here, those are decisions that council would have to make. In many of those cases, it is possible to produce far more homes on those sites by deploying them for permanent housing than locating a temporary building for 10 or more years. So those are the trade-offs. Again, that's the type of thing that we would be expecting to report back to council over time or in response to this motion if it's passed.
Okay. Thank you. I will sort of make a couple comments here, and that is that I actually hear complete alignment around the room from the speakers, and that with respects to providing people with better quality homes. The temporary modular housing has been really great housing compared to the SROs. It's more dignified. It's self-contained. You have bathrooms and kitchens. I think it's helped get people on their feet. When I look at these numbers, and I'm looking at Hummingbird Place, 52 units, Nikki Housing, 39, Sarah Ross, 52 units. It's such a small percentage of what we could build on one of those sites. And if you have a lease where they still have years remaining and you tie something up for another 10 years, that's 15 years before you could be building hundreds more units to house and support people. If I was concerned that people were going to be displaced and out of their home, I feel this would be a very different conversation. But given that there is a commitment and people have to be relocated in BC Housing or nothing can be done with a site, I actually think we've been sort of nibbling around the edges on supporting homelessness. And we actually need to be a lot bolder, just like we are with our housing in general in the city of Vancouver. And you're seeing that conversation missing middle. You're seeing that in the Broadway plan. You're seeing that in trying to bring a lot more housing in for immigration. It's the same for homelessness. We've been nibbling around the edges, and the amount of homelessness count every year for about the last 20 years has remained pretty constant at around 2,000 people or so that are, and again, that's counted. People think that's probably underrepresented. But clearly, we're not making a dent in it. And so I actually think that we need to be bolder and try to maximize development of some of these sites. Some of these still have years left on them. Others, like, for example, the current Larwell that I think is part of this conversation, and it's a really important one to have, are coming up. And those folks are being taken care of. But I want to be bolder. I would like to quadruple or fivefold the number of units that people can have in better dignified housing, the same way that we no longer said that SROs are no longer acceptable. They're terrible conditions. And we want to build better quality units for people. So to me, I think all the people you're leaving behind if we actually don't build more homes on the site. And that's what concerns me about the motion, but I think I'm at time right now.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby. Councillor Clausen.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, to City Manager. I know that one of the first decisions this council made in this term was the new housing that's being assembled on Main Street and at Ash and Second. Have there been some unanticipated costs for the city? I know that we were hoping to have them open by last month or more, but just very quickly, how are things rolling out as we would hope there?
Through the chair, yeah. So the progress of those has been slightly slower, I think, than what it's BC Housing that's delivering them. So the costs are being borne by BC Housing. The city is providing the land and nominal rent for those projects. So we're not incurring cost. Again, our role is to supply the land and then do everything we can to assist BC Housing from a permitting perspective, which we have done. So I can't speak to the specifics of what the delays have been. I think they've run into issues with construction and supply chain and the things that are impacting many of the projects that you've heard about. But yeah, really pleased now that the one building is open and we understand the second one, they expect to have occupancy by the end of this month.
Yeah, it was positioned to council as an opportunity that we had to jump on right away. So just further to you, Paul, in your conversations with the provincial government, do they share their view with regards to the type of housing? Clearly, they're making some very strong investments in permanent supportive housing. Is this your sense that they would like us to try and expedite approvals as much as possible and maybe shift the paradigm a little bit more towards that permanent housing model? Is that what we're kind of the message we're getting from the province and from BC Housing?
Through the chair, I think clearly there's a recognition that the temporary program was a very effective in delivering units quickly as additional units were being produced. I think it does have implications, practical, that we're facing now, where the buildings are temporary, they're in temporary locations, and they're relatively small scale. So I think generally the permanent modular supportive housing MOU between the city and the BC Housing reflects kind of the direction that they're looking for. I haven't received any communication from the province that they're opposed to relocating temporary buildings in Vancouver if those opportunities arise. But I think our focus with them is right now is on optimizing those sites for permanent housing. And again, happy to report back on opportunities for temporary as well.
I think the motion, what it does well is it outlines a number of sort of figures and numbers with regards to housing targets. Can we extrapolate from those how much new housing, shelter rate housing will have on stream in the time frame that some of the existing terms of expiring for our modular housing are?
Through the chair, I would have to I don't have those numbers at my fingertips, but we could certainly report back on the shelter rate housing and supportive housing that's in stream now under development at the various different stages of development. That's something we're happy to report back to council with.
We just recently made changes to the SRA bylaw, and it makes it, in some ways, it makes it prohibitive for a private SRO operator to move those units unless there were other models. And I know that we are seeing that it's potentially incentivizing the development of some new housing. Do we anticipate that some companies might be willing to develop their land in return for the development of even more self-contained housing in these communities?
Thanks. Through the chair, yeah, the redevelopment of SROs is challenging for a number of reasons. And so where those are owned by private landlords, again, there is a case by case in terms of what the potential development are on each of those sites. I think there are some landlords who are looking at those types of opportunities. I think everybody understands the need to replace that housing with something that's more suitable. Yeah, the redevelopment prospect for a private landlord is a pretty challenging one, though, in most cases.
I just have a few seconds left. And once again, BC Housing is held to a responsibility to make sure that there's no displacement with the current modular housing program.
That is correct. The BC Housing, as part of when these licenses are coming or leases are coming due, BC Housing is putting tenant relocation plans in place and are looking out for those clients as much as they can with the stock that's available at that time.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I had a couple of questions I was going to ask, but Councillor Kirby Young and Councillor Miser and Klassen beat me to the punch. I was going to take myself off the queue, but I think instead of asking questions to the city manager, I'll make a couple of quick comments. People deserve housing. They deserve dignified and appropriate housing. When we talk about poverty or addiction or mental health, or public safety perceptions and other social issues, housing is a big part of the solution. It's not the only part, but it's a key one for sure. Temporary modular housing, I don't believe is the answer. I don't believe it's good policy. It was a Band-Aid solution that was a decent solution at the time, but 10 years later, I believe we need to move away from a temporary model to a more permanent model. A more permanent housing solutions and better policies. It's not about scaling back, it's about a path to better solutions. And I agree with Councillor Kirby Young that I believe we could increase the number of units 4 to 5 times with what we have right now. Preventing the city from moving forward with better solutions isn't the answer in a housing crisis. We need plans on how to optimize city land. Move forward to significantly increase the amount of housing in Vancouver. And I'll just end by saying the status quo isn't the answer. I believe it hinders the our ability to move forward. And I'll just leave it at that, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair. I just have a couple of quick questions through you to the city manager. Just one is around the, can you just remind me, I know that the current bylaw is up to 10 years for the leases. Can you remind me, what's the, when the TMH came online, I seem to recall the ability for those buildings to last and be in good condition had a kind of lifespan on it. Do you recall what that is?
Thanks, through the chair. It's certainly longer than 10 years. BC Housing expected that, I think they were looking at a notional lifespan of 30 years, but and I'd have to confirm that, but also anticipated that it could be quite a bit longer than that. Relocating the buildings does have an impact on their lifespan as well. But 10 years is certainly much shorter than the lifespan of the structure.
Okay, thank you. And then just another question in the context of the work that we've been doing around the permanent modular housing. There was an approval recently, and I'm just asking if you could refresh sort of the number of stories it was able to deliver in East Vancouver, I think, and it's a permanent modular supportive housing. Just in the context of some of the questions were asked about what we can do in terms of levering, existing city-owned land for higher density, more homes.
Certainly. So we are looking at permanent modular type construction, and that can be in excess of 10 stories. Obviously, with elevators and it's quite a different type of construction, yeah. but much more dense.
And how quickly can that be implemented? Those structures.
Yeah, through the chair, it is more, they do require permanent foundations, and that's a big feature of why the temporary modular buildings can be built so quickly is they're on temporary foundations. So it's a more typical construction period. And again, I'm not an expert. I would have to get back to council on what the differences are. So it is a longer construction delivery time. Of course, the flip side of that is it's a permanent building and would have expected to last as long as any other structure. Okay. Permanent structure.
Sorry, one more question, just in the context, although it's not named in the motion, but and credit due to my colleague Councillor Fry here, who's recently sort of highlighted again. There had been discourse here about the ability to implement the tiny homes model, which can actually be done much more quickly than TMH or permanent modular, and what's the status of that as being explored in the city? It's being done in other cities, but I think rightly points out it's actually a more rapid way to get some sort of dignified on the ground housing with services. But again, it's not permanent modular and it's not, a concrete building, but it's easy to put in place.
Certainly. So there is the pilot that the city is running, which is delayed, has been delayed due to construction supply chain challenges. We are hoping to have that online shortly. I'm happy to circle back with the team to get you a more precise date for that. I think the challenge with tiny homes is, yes, from a delivery standpoint, much quicker, but it's an even less intense use of land. So you get far fewer units on each parcel of land, even than temporary modular. So that's the trade-off when you're talking about a dense residential area like Vancouver. Our problem is land, like finding land for these, and then you're looking at a ratio of units to land at much lower. So those are the trade-offs in that regard.
I appreciate that. Thanks for clarifying those points.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Dominado. I guess I need to cede the chair to Councillor Clausen. Okay. Yeah. Okay, thanks. I do also have some question to the through your chair to the city manager. So first question is, do we know how many units in total we have for all the temporary modular housing sites in Vancouver?
Through Chair Clausen, so the approximate number was 750, and I can confirm these numbers. There was rough 48 units at Little Mountain. So my understanding is we're in the range of 700 now, but can certainly get the precise numbers for council.
Thank you. And the follow-up question is, if we use all those temporary modular housing sites to build for permanent housing, how many units we can build? Approximately.
So through the chair, not all of those sites will be used for social or could be used for social housing. In some cases, the sites are actually owned by private developers, which will be developed for their projects. In the case of Larwell Park, there's 100 units there that has been set aside for non-residential purposes, art gallery, and it's actually zoned commercially. There's other modular sites that are on industrial land that are currently could not be zoned residential. So it's not the case that all of those sites could be repurposed for social housing. In terms of what the housing potential is of the sites that the city owns, I would have to follow up and get council those details from our planning team.
Thanks. The other question is, how is this availability of suitable land for temporary modular housing is being accessed? What are the criteria to determine the most appropriate location for temporary modular housing?
Thanks to the chair. That's a really good question. And there are a very large number of factors that go into that. Certainly the size of the site is a key one, placement, and then where the site is in the city, close to amenities, transportation, etc. The zoning of the site is a key one as well, servicing conditions and those kind of things. So yeah, but the biggest challenge, frankly, council, is just finding bare land that's available, whether that the city controls and that is not already slated for development for permanent housing.
Okay, but city's land is very limited right now for temporary modular housing.
Yes, especially land that's not occupied with for already or encumbered with another purpose.
Okay, thanks. My last question is, can you please advise council that what has been done at a regional level, to get other municipalities to set up housing and, in their community instead of Vancouver taking everything?
So I think the conversations that we've had regionally through the chair, I think this is a really important point. And the context of those discussions to date have not been that there should be less housing in Vancouver, but proportionately the supply of this type of housing in Vancouver relative to the population is dramatically higher than the rest of the region. 75% of the social and supportive housing in the Lower Mainland is in Vancouver. And housing is a regional system, and people move around the region, and that is a fundamental problem for the region as a whole, that the other municipalities are not doing the same type of things that Vancouver has been doing in this realm. Obviously, the province is a big part of this. They've invested very significantly in Vancouver, but that has been a function of Vancouver being prepared to partner. So I think, in terms of the regional challenge we have with housing and affordability and homelessness, the rest of the region does need to step up if we're going to make headway. But in the meantime, we're obviously still looking at every possible opportunity for Vancouver as well.
Okay, so what we have done to advocate to other municipalities or the province to make sure this step they take their fair share.
So that's happening certainly at a staff level. There have been discussions. I would kind of defer back to council in terms of advocacy. The province certainly understands this as well. So there's no kind of lack of comprehension on the part of the province around the fact that there are limited opportunities in Vancouver. The other challenge, of course, in Vancouver is this is where the land is most expensive. So if you're looking at cost per unit, including land costs, this is the most expensive social housing to build in the region.
Thank you. That's all my question. Can I take the chair back, Councillor Clausen? Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so seeing no other councillors on the queue, I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting panel, and council, please register your vote on the voting panel.
Chair, this is Councillor Boyle. I need a vote assist in favor. Thanks.
And Chair, this is Councillor Meisner. I need a vote assist opposed.
Okay, so this motion failed with Councillor Zhou, Kirby Young, Dominado, Montague, Clausen, and Meisner, and Mayor Sin in opposition, and Councillor Bligh absent. Thank you. That concludes our last item on the agenda. Okay, can we take a 5 minutes recess? Yeah, okay, we're gonna be back in 5.
Meisner. Hi, Councillor Boyle and Councillor Meisner. We're just getting started again. If you can turn on your camera, we'll have quorum.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on City Finances and Services meeting. Clerk, may we please have a roll call?
Mayor Sim in the chair, Councillor Carr, Councillor Kirby Young, Councillor Dominato, not here. Councillor Bligh is on a leave of absence. Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Klassen, not here. Councillor Meisner is on a leave of absence from 3 till 4 today. Councillor Joe. You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. We need a motion to adopt the committee's recommendations. Councillor Montague, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Joe, thank you. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Is there any urgent business that we need to cover today? Oops. Good? Oh. Let's take a look. Is there anything on the panel? No? Okay. May we have a motion to adjourn? Great, thank you, Councillor Carr, and seconded by Councillor Montague. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.